favour? Thank you, that's been carried. Good evening, councillors, officers, and to our viewers live streaming tonight's meeting. My name is Councillor Lena Messina and I'm the Mayor of Darebin City Council and the chairperson of tonight's meeting. It is my pleasure to welcome you all to the resumption of this meeting, ordinary council meetings that started yesterday on the 28th and adjourned until today on the 29th of March. I declare this resumed meeting open at 5:02 p.m. Before we commence, I wish to apologise to those members of the community who attended last night's evening. Thank you for your time and for your patience, and I'm sorry for the inconvenience that occurred during the meeting, and to have this adjourned, and I welcome you all back to tonight's meeting, so thank you very much. Item number 2, Darebin City Council acknowledges the Wurundjeri Wurrung people as the traditional owners and custodians of the land and waters we now call Darebin, and pays respects to their elders past, present and emerging. Council recognises and pays tribute to the diverse culture, resilience and heritage of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people. We acknowledge the leadership of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander communities and the right to self-determination in the spirit of mutual understanding and respect. Before we begin tonight, I'd like to set out my expectation in regards to the behaviour and the language we use and demonstrate leadership. I have high expectations that we will be professional in our conduct and the language we use throughout the evening, and respectful in our debate. Chamber is both a workplace and a public space, and we have an obligation to ensure that the working environment and the public forums are safe for everyone, both emotionally as well as physically. I will be clear, I will not tolerate any form of personal acrimony or insult, grandstanding or yelling, nor will I put up with anybody talking over one another or any use of unreasonable or impolite language or interjections. We have a lot to get through, councillors, and I expect that you will direct any questions to me through the chair, and I'll endeavour to make sure that everyone has the opportunity, and I'll make sure that we stick to time, and I have time-limited amounts on the agenda so that we ensure we do that. I'd like to introduce councillors attending tonight. First of all, we have Councillor Trent McCarthy, the Deputy Mayor, Councillor Emily Dimitriadis, Councillor Caetano Greco, Councillor Tom Hannon, Councillor Suzanne Newton, Councillor Susan Rennie, Councillor Julie Williams, and the officers in attendance tonight, we have the CEO, Seal Wilkinson, Shadi Hanna, who's the Acting General Manager of Community, Rachel Olivier, who's the General Manager of City Sustainability and Strategy. Please note that our General Managers, Jodie Watson and Sam Hewitt, are not with us tonight due to their need to isolate due to COVID-19. And tonight is the last council meeting for our CEO, Seal Wilkinson. On behalf of my fellow councillors and the staff of the organisation, I wish to formally thank you for your exceptional service to the council and the diverse communities of Darebin City Council. On a personal note, I want to say to you that I have enjoyed standing beside you and working through our community situations and plan, and it has been a pleasure to do so. And I look forward to working with you outside of Darebin City Council when the need arises, but also in addition to that, I want to thank you for the memories that we've shared collectively, individually and as a council. Thank you. Item number 3, apologies. We currently have an apology from Councillor Tim Lawrence, who will join us shortly. Item number 4, disclosures of conflict of interest. Councillors, are there any conflicts to disclose?
Yes, Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor Messina. Can you hear me?
I can't hear you. Can we ensure that we have the microphone?
Yep, just testing. Maybe I could use that one. Oh, it's working now. Thank you, Mayor Messina. I'd like to make a statement at 8.2 Thornbury Park Estate and 8.3 Your Street, Your Say. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Tom Hannon.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to make a statement. I'm trying to find the budget number. It's in relation to the advocacy strategy. The agenda number is that 8.2? No. 8.5, thank you.
8.5.
In relation to one of the items, in relation to renewable energy, I'll make a statement at that time. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillors, officers, are there any further conflicts to declare? There are none. I'll move forward to item number 5, confirmation of minutes of previous meetings. Councillors, can I have a motion? Councillor Rennie, are we moving that motion? Do we have a second? Councillor Greco. All those in favour? That is carried unanimously. Thank you. We now move to item number 6, public question time. Councillors, for those public question times received prior to 12 noon yesterday, a response has been prepared where possible, and these will be dealt with first. Noting that we've received questions on similar issue, we'll be addressing these collectively based on the themes and issues they cover. Once these are dealt with, I will invite members of the public who are in attendance to approach the lectern to ask their questions. I ask that you read out your question as an introductory or background statements are not permitted pursuant to section 15.4 item 3 of the governance rules. The minutes of this meeting will record the question in full and subject it complying with the governance rules. Please note that public question time will not exceed 30 minutes in duration unless extended by resolution of council through a procedural motion, in which case it may be only for another 30 minutes. The first question we have is from Andrew Patterson of Thornbury. Can I just check if Andrew Patterson is in the gallery? No. His question reads, Darebin City Council prides itself on its climate emergency declaration status, yet the Thornbury Park Estate Heritage Overlay will only prevent a significant number of home renovating to enable passive house standards to address climate risk at an individual local level, but there's also a large number of homes with a SBO relating to flood areas with recent unprecedented climate change induced flood events in this country and the increasing likelihood that they will continue to get worse. How can this council seriously consider this blanket overlay which put at risk the safety and viability of over 1,000 homeowners, their families and their future? Thanks, Andrew, for your question. Council will consider this matter and I'll take your question as a comment. However, I will clarify 2 matters you raised as part of your question. Firstly, it is important that I clarify that a heritage overlay does not prevent flood risk being addressed by homeowners. Whatever council's decision is tonight, all properties can address flood risk. Also, a heritage overlay does not stop the climate emergency being addressed. Whatever council's decision is tonight, all houses in this area can be renovated to high efficiency standards and can achieve net zero emissions. Thanks for your question, and we will consider your item later on. The next question is from Catherine Maguire of Thornbury. Is Catherine in the chamber this evening? No, I will read out her statement. Is there a breakdown of the numbers between those from which the Thornbury Park Estate and those with Greater Darebin area? Thank you. I understand an officer has contacted you directly, Kate. We don't have full address data from every submission to complete this analysis in full. In line with Planning and Environmental Act, Council accepted all submissions and analysed them to understand views in depth. I will answer your questions to the extent that I can. Please note that the answer is up to date due to midday today. In regard to the breakdown of where submissions come from, I can confirm around 880 households in the estates have not submitted a submission, either supporting or objecting the heritage overlay. 98 submitters live within the precinct. 66 may live inside the precinct or outside the precincts. 14 live outside the precinct. Next question is from Kate. I'd also like to know for submissions from within the Thornbury Park Estate what the split was between heritage overlay and against it. Of the 98 submitters who have known to live in the estate, 35 supported the proposal and 63 opposed it. Of the 66 submitters who may live in the precinct or may not, 23 supported the proposal and 43 opposed it. The third question is further to this, how many submissions and what type came from the non-contributing or already renovated homes from the Thornbury Park Estate? We don't have the data about whether submitters had previously renovated. 11 submissions were made from non-contributing properties, and we will consider this matter tonight. The next question we have is from Ruth Jolly of Northcote. Welcome. Good to see you again, Ruth.
Thank you, Mayor. It's a pleasure to see you again in person. I have 3 questions this evening. Would it be okay if you address each one as we go?
Sure.
Wonderful. Technology is failing me. Here we go. Could Council please give assurance to Darebin residents and commuters that dissolving the Darebin cycling strategy, which for many years sat alongside the Transport Strategy 2007 to 2027, does not indicate that it is now dumping its commitment to cycling and other forms of sustainable transport?
Thank you, Ruth, for your question. Darebin is strongly committed to supporting more cycling and walking. Council hasn't dissolved the cycling strategy, but what we're doing is embedding cycling as a core part of the transport strategy. We are currently seeking community views on a refresh to the Darebin transport strategy, and I encourage you to take part of that.
Thank you, Mayor Messina. Your commitment is very much appreciated. Will Council also commit to publicly releasing a full evaluation report of its Octopus Schools program to demonstrate its commitment to transparency of funding distributed under the program, and also give its reasoning for dumping the program in 2021?
Thank you. We don't have any plans to publish an evaluation report, but I can confirm that the Octopus Schools program is an effective way of helping a school to change travel behaviour. We don't run the program until 2021. We didn't run the program in 2021 because the schools were learning from home and focusing return to school. It wasn't, I guess, the right time. What we've been doing in 2021 is working with the schools in Thornbury, Preston and Reservoir West to plan for safety walking and cycling improvements as part of Your Street, Your Say program, which is being considered tonight.
Thank you, Mayor Messina. And finally, I'd like to ask, the Darebin Transport Strategy Refresh, which was released last month, refers to the introduction of the state government's Strategic Cycling Corridors network. Is Council implementing any improvements along these corridors, such as separated bicycle lanes along Kramer Street, Preston, or Dundas Street in Thornbury?
Thank you, Ruth. We identify specific improvements for streets in a third of the city each year through the Your Street, Your Say program. Tonight we are considering the report that proposes draft priority improvements for community consultation in the area that includes Kramer Street, West Preston. Improvements of the area that covers Dundas Street, Thornbury will be investigated in the 22-23 financial year. Thanks again. Is Serena O'Mealy in the gallery this evening? Do you want to read it? Yep.
Through you, Mayor, I'll take Ms O'Mealy's questions, if you like, just to give you a little break. Serena has submitted 2 questions. The first question is, 1, can you give a progress report on the purchase of 3 parcels of Vic Roads land within Clements Reserve, including whether a new valuer general valuation has been sought, whether a sale price has been fixed, and when the land is likely to be acquired? That's the first set of questions, which I'll respond to. To assist in advancing discussions with Vic Roads, officers instructed Council's valuer to update its previous valuation from 2021. The updated valuation dated March 2022 has regard to the independent planning advice, which contends that the highest and best use of the land is continuing as an area of informal open space and a biodiversity asset informing part of the wider Darebin Creek corridor. Council officers are due to meet with Vic Roads officers today. I apologise, Serena, I don't have an update on that. I'll get some info for you tomorrow to discuss the respective valuations and the next steps towards acquisition. And her second question is, can you please provide an update on whether the EPA has accepted either of Darebin Council's remediation proposals for contamination at the reserve, and if so, which one has been accepted? Just in response, since formally lodging Council's proposed Clements Reserve Management Plan and associated documentation, Council has had a number of discussions with the EPA on this matter, but we're still waiting a formal response. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you. May I ask, is David Isdale of Preston in the gallery this evening? Thank you. I will read out his question. Development next door to me at 254 to 256 Murray Road, Preston, has a quite quite serious planning permit breach. It has been acknowledged by Darebin Council that the concrete slab has been poured too high, making ground level of the development significantly higher than my property. This is now a serious privacy issue with Unit 1 of the development overlooking into my son's bedroom window. In practical terms, this can now only be resolved by the developer replacing the boundary fence to a height that will provide privacy. This ticket has been with Darebin Council since November 2021 and has been no support forthcoming in the enforcement with the developer. Can you please outline what Darebin Council's process is and what the enforcement steps have been taken in this breach? Thank you once again, David, for your question. I understand our officers have been in touch with you regularly and spoken to you most recently on the 23rd of March. Since then, they have spoken to the developer who confirmed that they would address the issue by attaching a trellis. We expect the works to be completed by the 8th of April. This is an ongoing planning enforcement investigations and we are progressing enforcement action in regard to the construction breach. An officer will call you tomorrow to confirm the next steps. The next question we have is from Tim Holsworth of Northcote. Is he in the gallery? Good evening, Tim, once again.
Good evening, Mayor and Councillors. My first question, erected in 1927, actually 1937, to commemorate the opening of the Merry Park Sports Ground by the then Mayor A.V. Peters, the gates to Merry Park have fallen into disrepair and are currently supported by timber scaffold and are fenced off. Can Council please advise the status of these gates, if and when they'll be restored?
Thanks again for your question. Quotations have been called for the repair of the Merry Park gates, being subject to heritage controls, and there are additional approvals required before the construction can begin. Council hopes the renewal of the gates will take place in the next few months.
That's wonderful news.
You have a supplementary question?
Just a second question on a different matter. Regarding the Northcote Public Golf Course, Council committed to release the results of the community consultation survey undertaken in the last quarter of 2021, with officers to complete analysis of feedback by the 22nd of December 2021. Can I receive that copy of the feedback results?
Thank you once again, Tim. And the following people have also asked questions in relation to Northcote Public Golf Course. Yourself, Ms Balch, Ms Green, Ms Spooner and Mr Jennings. Council made a commitment to release the results of the consultation when the analysis has taken place. The projected timeline of this consultation was that officers will complete analysis of the feedback in December 2021 and the results and present that to Council to assist its deliberations in early 2022, with a report intended to be tabled at Council in March. That report has been delayed while further work is undertaken, and a summary of the consultation will be concluded with the future Council report. And I can confirm that today also, in relation to the investigations, I attended and perused the Bundoora Golf Course as well, just to let you know. Thank you. Do we have Shelley Belch of Thornbury? Sure. Firstly, I hope I've... apologies if I haven't pronounced your surname correctly.
Thank you, Mayor and Councillors. You were near enough. My question regarding the Northcote Public Golf Course, has an officer's recommendation or report been completed, and if so, can this be released to the public? I believe you may have already answered that. My second part of my question, is Council aware of the annual Bunyip Cup that has been played between local disadvantaged Indigenous youth and senior police officers at the Northcote Public Golf Course? This is an event that's been run for many years prior to the consultation on the future shared use of the course.
Through you, Mayor, thanks for the question, and I can confirm, I'm actually delighted to confirm that we are aware of the Bunyip Cup. It's a terrific event and we congratulate everybody involved. But thanks for highlighting it. Thanks.
Thank you. Is Linda Green in the gallery this evening? Thank you, Linda.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and councillors. My questions, there are two of them, are also related to the Northcote Golf Course and partially been addressed, but not completely. Is council aware that a special event happened at Northcote Public Golf Course on Sunday the 27th of February, the inaugural Rainbow Cup Day, an inclusive golf competition for LGBTIQ+ community, and as such, could Melbourne Rainbow Golfers, a group which evolved during this consultation period on the golf course, please now be added to the key list of stakeholders?
Thank you, Linda. I actually am aware of the Rainbow Cup. I actually attended that day, and it was a delightful day. It was great to see members of that particular club, and I was welcomed and engaged. It was an engaging event. Officers are obviously aware of it as well and congratulates the team on its success. This group will be added to the list of stakeholders when it's compiled.
Okay, thank you. My second question related a bit. As a representative and also member of both golf clubs at Northcote Public Golf Course, I wish to know when and how, as key stakeholders, we will be involved in a meaningful discussion with Council about maintaining a viable golf course within any shared use of this space.
I'm just going to address that to the officers and perhaps take that on notice, or do we have? Because I was aware that perhaps that's already been undertaken or been noted in the submission format.
Yeah, so thanks for the question. So we have answered it in part, but essentially what I would say is we've received lots of feedback from lots of groups, including a large contingency of the golfing community, so from stakeholders and individual community members. And we've also heard, council, as you'd be aware, council provided an opportunity to hear from submitters a couple of, well, it could be 4 weeks ago now, time's gone so fast, yeah. Sorry, that was in February. We will continue to communicate with everybody who's made submissions and all of the stakeholders as we move along in the process. What the team are doing at the moment is really, we're still analysing all of the submissions, making sure we understand all of the issues before we bring it back to council. So that's been delayed slightly, but we're hoping it will come back soon. I don't have a date for you yet.
May I ask further clarification, please? I understand that, but I think the key question here is being involved in meaningful discussion with the key stakeholders. And I think a later question will ask to identify who are the key stakeholders in this issue. So I think a further question will ask for clarification of that.
Yeah, I mean, I think my response really is that in general terms, council will need to determine who it considers the stakeholders to be as part of the consideration through the next stage and any future steps. The process that we've identified that has occurred to date is the process. That process has now reached its conclusion. The outcomes of that process will be reported to council. If council wants to do further engagement, that will be an option available to them. In terms of identifying key stakeholders, it's not usual practice for this council to identify one group of submitters as being more important than others. I'm sure that's not what you're suggesting. But in that regard, sort of everybody is a key stakeholder. So anyone that's expressed an interest in the site and expressed an opinion and provided feedback, they're really, everybody is a stakeholder in that regard. If we need further information to help with our assessment, then certainly the team are empowered to reach out to individual groups to ask those questions.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. Sorry, just have to get my bearings. Kylie. Is Kylie Spooner in the gallery? I will read out a question. Regarding the Northcote Public Golf Course, can Council advise specifically which key stakeholders are currently the subject of ongoing consultation? In the December video information sessions on the public consultation on the Northcote Public Golf Course, the manager of Parks Open Space said that the Northcote Community and Golf Hub and the Northcote Golf Club have been contacted as stakeholders. Both groups maintain they weren't contacted. Can Council indicate who was contacted, when they were contacted and how they were contacted? First of all, for your first question is, further consultation has recently been undertaken with Golf Australia, which I attended, and then Wurundjeri Wurrung Cultural Heritage Aboriginal Corporation. Golf clubs from the Northcote were contacted by email on the 4th, the 5th and the 8th of November 2021. Those emails were sent to Angela, Helen and Phil. Surnames have been withheld for privacy reasons. In addition, Mr Jennings, as a representative of the Northcote Community and Golf Club, have been contacted a number of times by officers. The next question is from Bill Jennings of Preston West. Is Bill in the gallery? Yep. Yes, we have. We will. Okay.
Do you want to ask a question on his behalf? Yeah, it's fine.
Yeah, actually, I'm just reading it correct now. Actually, it says I'm asking Linda Green to proxy for me at council meeting. I've just seen that. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Bill was unable to attend, so he's asked me to read his question. Again, regarding the Northcote Public Golf Course consultation, can council please update the community of the current financial cost and human resource cost to date for this consultation?
Thanks for the question, Linda and Bill. So a small number of staff have been directly involved in running the project over these last few months, and particularly in the consultation process. The consultation's been incorporated into existing operational budgets, so something that Council created space and resources for as part of last year's budget to do this work. So it's not over and above in addition to the budget that's been set. It's not really possible for me to give you a precise costing at this stage, but the cost of the activities that were led by the consultant that has helped consolidate the submissions, as you'd be aware, was around $50,000. So there's officer time plus the consultant, which is about 50 at this point.
And does that, so may I ask for some clarification?
I hope that's the St Kilda winning the grand final.
No, it's not. It's Collingwood.
It's just, and the consulting group, the Kapir, is it?
Yeah, that's the $50,000 is for Kapir.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you. There's no more submissions online. Are there any questions from the gallery? Please approach the lectern and please state your name and address. Sorry, as in your suburb, not your residential address.
Evening, councillors. My name is Justin. I live in Preston and I represent the Bell Residents Group. At the Darebin Council meeting of 26 April 2021, councillors voted unanimously to commence the formal process towards achieving road closures that will fully block access to the future Bell Station commuter car park from the east, and advise LXRP that council will enable access from local roads at the west of Bell Station, and seeking state government approval to introduce no right-hand turns signs on High Street for vehicles travelling south on High into Adeline, Gertrude and Esther Street, Showers and Wars Street, among other actions. As you would know, the project is advancing rapidly and will soon turn to the installation of the new car park. Residents are concerned that we haven't received any update since that time. Please could you tell us what actions exactly have been taken to close the local streets? And a follow-up question is, if the state government has already been approached on this matter, what other proactive steps can council take to achieve the outcome that both Darebin and local residents know we need to achieve?
Thank you, Justin, first and foremost for your call today and your emails. I'm actually going to direct that question to Ms. Olivier.
I don't think you can. Sorry. What?
Thank you, Mayor. So what council has done is formally request both of those changes to the state government. In both cases, they've refused council's request. And for both of those local road changes, what that means is we don't have power to make those changes on those local roads. That leaves council with the option of advocacy, and so certainly there's been continued advocacy through our relationship with the Level Crossing Removal Authority. What I will do though is have my team contact you and talk about where we go to from here. So we'll get in touch tomorrow and talk about next steps.
Thank you, Ms. Olivia. Thank you, Justin. I also note there is item number 8.3, which will be coming into the chambers this evening to address Your Street, Your Say. Are there any further questions? Okay, the first one I see is...
Madam Messina,
first of all, I need an extension. Just
I'll
one
move
moment.
an
I need a
extension of
procedural...
time. Extension of time.
Is that what you're doing? Sorry, Councillor Greco, thank you. So that's moved by a procedural motion moved by Councillor Greco and seconded by Councillor Williams. We will be extending it for another 30 minutes. Yeah, sorry. All those in favour? That's carried unanimously. Councillor Greco, I didn't see your hand. I know you moved that, but I didn't see your hand. Thank you, that's carried unanimously. Thank you. Can I ask the first person who is right in front of me, to approach the lectern. State your first name and your suburb and the question. Thank you.
I did register online for submission.
I can't hear you.
Did register online for the submission just to speak.
Oh, submissions. I'm asking for questions only. I'll address submissions after questions. So, thank you. Thank you. Questions. Are there any questions?
Actually, I'm on behalf of myself, my son, and Swanson in Smith Street, Thornbury, regarding the heritage houses. And what we're talking about here, we're working very hard for those houses and to build up since about 1972 till now. And what we found out that there'll be a lot of things happen. Like the city of Darebin.
Can I just ask, sorry, is this a submission or a question? I'm sorry.
Okay, the question in charge, who got to wear the loss of the property in the heritage thing? That's one of the things. Second, why all the posts of the Thornbury is questions all in the southern affair, city of the Darebin, has attending so many different development to happen through that of all the Thornbury area for all this year. If this is just South B or an entire suburban, listen to the owner, net or the renter. And the second thing, who's there are a lot of people in our area, like, I give you an example as Smith Street. You got one side, it's heritage, the other side, opposite, it's not heritage. I want to know why. That's the second thing. Third thing, you got a lot of people, elderly people, like Italian, Greek, Lebanese, whatever it is in that area. They doesn't know exactly what's going on regarding, the heritage or whatever it is. And when you ask them, they say, we don't know what's going on. And I think by law, the City Council of Darebin, they must send all languages to that areas involved.
Thank you. Thank you.
With their language, so they understand exactly what's going on. Because we knew that it's already, by you saying that it's heritage, we lost already a couple $100,000 from our property, which is working for it.
Thank you.
But I wonder, it's the City Council go to give us back the money back?
Thank you for your question. Council is considering the item 8.2 regarding the Thornbury Park estate, and there's been significant letters in different languages that have been dropped off to homes in that particular area. This item will be debated by this council on under 8.2 and considered during that particular time. So the next, can I ask for any other further questions, please? Thank you. We will contact, could I get somebody from the gallery to take the gentleman's name and phone number so we can get somebody to address his questions personally by phone tomorrow? Could you please provide that to the officers? Thank you. Do we have any other questions from the gallery? Yes, Mr. Nugent. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor. Before I start,
Welcome, Mr Nugent.
before I start, I've got a couple of grumbles I want to start about.
Mr Nugent, I can't hear you. Can you?
I'm sorry, is that better? I've got a couple of grumbles before I start on asking my questions, Mayor.
Please ask the questions only, Mr Nugent.
Well, all right, but I just don't seem to get service when I ask the officers about it. And I wanted to bring them to your attention, that's all.
The question, please, Mr Nugent.
Certainly, Mayor. Okay. My first question, Mayor Messina. This council is a multi-million-dollar organisation, but one of the problems with this council is you have two executive officers, the CEO and the General Manager for Governance and Engagement, who both run rampant in these decision-making by being judge, jury and executioner from...
Can you please, you're preambling, please ask your question, Mr Nugent.
Oh, yes, but I think I need banning people from... banning from ringing officers, banning people from coming into customer service.
The question, please, Mr Nugent.
All right. Well, if you don't agree with these people, Madam Mayor, you have to write to the Ombudsman, and that's a lot of waste of time and so forth.
The question, please,
My
Mr
question, I'm
Nugent.
getting to it now, Madam Mayor. My question, Mayor Messina, my question is, why haven't this council have an internal process to give people a fair hearing, not on one person's opinion, without going to the Ombudsman? I believe this is a serious miscase.
You've asked your question, Mr.
I haven't finished it.
Thank
by
you.
serious
Thank you, Mr.
misconduct
Nugent.
by
You've
the
asked your
senior
question.
officers. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Nugent. Can we take that on notice? Your question is operational.
All right.
We'll take that on notice and come back to you.
Next question, Mayor, is I know this council is an equal opportunity employer, but I did notice that a number of female members of the general managers compared to the number of male general managers. My question is, could council please advise how many people does this council employ in the council administration? How many are women and how many of these are women who are managers and how many are men and how many of these men are managers?
Thank you for your question, Mr Nugent. They're operational matters that I don't have the statistical data on.
Fine.
And I can assure you that council is an equal opportunity employer. We have had significant GMs who are female, and I can assure you that that's our priority in terms of gender equality. It is part of our strategy, but we can take those questions on notice and get back to you. Thank you, Mr Nugent.
Yep, that's fine. My third question is just what happened outside. Why was Brian Shanahan and myself not allowed into this meeting?
First and foremost, Mr Nugent, our priority is to keep the gallery safe for members of the gallery who were not feeling safe last night. Secondly, our role is to keep the officers safe. And thirdly, is to keep councillors safe. It was an unsafe situation yesterday, and we adjourned the meeting to keep, first of all, members of the gallery safe who were distressed. They were not happy. Secondly, also our officers and our councillors. So that is the answer to your question.
No, you haven't told me why was I banned.
I'm sorry, it was that people felt unsafe, but I'm actually going to... Please do not interject, Mr Nugent. I'm actually going to address that because I actually walked out because I felt unsafe. So I'm going to ask the CEO to address that in terms of operation.
Sorry, Mayor. I'm talking about tonight. What happened, say, 40 minutes ago.
Thank you for the opportunity, Mayor, through you, and good evening, Mr Nugent. There's no issue with your attendance in the chamber as long as you're polite and courteous and behave in a respectful manner. Mr Shanahan, as you well know, has had that right withdrawn due to his conduct on successive attendance at council meetings. As a result of that, last March he received a 2-year ban from attending any council meetings. That was a decision that I took following legal advice and relates to my legal obligations to keep all of the community, all of the councillors and all of the staff here safe. Mr Shanahan creates an unsafe work environment and I will not tolerate it. I make no apology. Mr. Sanahan's attendance last night was, in my view, unlawful. I will pursue that with Victoria Police. It was not only unlawful, it was disrespectful to all of the community members that took their evening out to come to this meeting last night only to be sent home because of Mr. Sanahan's refusal to exit the premises when he well knows he's not allowed to be here. You also know that, so I believe the question is actually just intended to have that answer. So I'm really happy to speak to the community. Again, I apologise for the inconvenience to the community. It's really regrettable, but ultimately, I will not put my staff, the councillors or anyone else in this community at risk ever as a result of a single person's conduct in public. He has forfeited his right to attend this chamber at this time.
Thank you. You've had your 3 questions, Mr. Nugent. You've had your 3 questions, Mr. Nugent. Well, the security guard, Mr. Nugent, the security guard perhaps has the right to ask that question. Our role is Mr. Nugent, please. Thank you. Our role is first and foremost, I was here before the council meeting, I heard his yelling. I heard how the community were walking in here feeling unsafe. I spoke to some of the community members. Our first place is to ensure the safety and well-being of the people in the gallery, our officers and councillors, including yourself. The security guard has a right to ask those questions. Now, can we have, thank you for your time and your attendance. Thank you for your time and your attendance. Can I ask another member of the gallery if they have any further questions? We have 18 minutes left. Thank you. Please state your name and your suburb. Yep. So do you have a submission or a question?
I have both.
Okay, could you ask your question, then we'll address submissions a little bit later on. Thank you.
Thank you. Is this working? Thank you for having me, Mayor Messina and councillors. My first question is in regards to, my name's Paul Viscotto from Thornbury. So my first question relates to Thornbury Park Estate. Are councillors and officers aware that one of the significant houses in Harold Street, Thornbury, is actually a replica of a period Anne and not an original period Anne?
I'll take that on notice, or can we have that addressed?
So I can't answer the specific, but what I can do is reassure you that the team who've been handling the planning scheme amendment will be well across the details. I assume you've put in a submission and highlighted that question?
No, I haven't put that in the submission. I'm just raising it tonight.
That's tonight, okay.
One of the significant houses, there's only 5 significant houses in the area.
Yeah.
And one of them is a replica, is an original house.
Okay, what I'll do is I'll ask my manager of strategic planning to come and talk to you about that. What we'll probably need to do is put that, if, as you know, council's considering the amendment tonight, in the event that council decides to proceed to a panel process, that would be information that we would want to put into that process for consideration.
Sure, thank you.
Thank you, thank you. I'll talk about submissions. Yeah, do you have a supplementary question or a submission?
No, I have a second question, sorry.
Thank you.
My question is, what sort of research as the council officers, councillors undertaken to make the claim that net zero 7 stars is still achievable when renovating a period home?
So I won't answer that question directly. What I will say is that's something that will be very much a subject of discussion between councillors tonight. When we get to that item, which is the second item this evening, I have no doubt that matter will be covered in the debate because it's certainly come through the submissions.
Sure, thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor
You have
Messina,
a further question or a submission?
My third question. No, my submission, I'll wait for you to call me up.
Yep.
Thank you, Mayor. So my third question is in regards to, so during the, a councillor's aware that during the submission process, we as a group had written into officers with specific questions and then received answers to those questions, only to be told at a later stage that those answers were in actual fact incorrect. And, so that's the question. Are you aware of that?
I'd have to seek advice.
I have to seek advice because I'm not aware of that, no.
Explore that in the discussion.
We'll just explore that in the debate. Thank you, Paul.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Very much.
Do we have any further
Thank you, councillors.
questions?
No further questions for me.
Now we'll move on. There are two submissions tonight. One is for item number 8.2 regarding the Thornbury Park estate, and 8.3, Your Street, Your Say. Did you want to address the 2 minutes? You have 2 minutes for the submissions. Would you like to do that now or before the item? Yeah, there is on item 8.2. Did you want to do that before the item or did you want to do that now? So I understand there is only one submission. That's from a joint submission from Anna, Paul and Mr. and Mrs. Bucknell. Is that correct? So
Mayor, perhaps it might be useful to get a show of hands if you would like to make submissions.
In relation to item number 8.2.
Okay, so we've got two.
We've got two.
Any other items?
Any other? I guess there's item number 8.3, Your Street, Your Say. Is that for 8.3? Great, okay. Any other items or any other questions? No. Would you like to address the lectern now in relation to your submission? Thank you. You have 2 minutes on the clock. So we need, sorry, just before we start, we need two separate clocks, one for submission. Yeah, thank you.
Hi, Anna from Thornbury. This is regarding, obviously, the Thornbury Park Estate proposed heritage overlay. I'd like to speak regarding the consultation and submission process that got us here today. Of 1,052 properties affected, originally only 166 submissions were received. After the 2 further information sessions, according to the report on the agenda, only 7 extra submissions were received, making a total of 173. Again, I believe this is not really representative enough of all the residents that are really affected by this overlay. A lot of people obviously prefer not to engage with council because they believe a decision is already made. I wonder if these information sessions, specifically people that are 65 years or older, were informed with detail the fact that if they need a ramp or if they need rails or if they need to change the fence of the windows, they have to go through the planning process. Do they know the details of what's really involved there? Have people that are 65 years or older really will put submissions in, like email or wrote a letter and brought it in? I just don't think it's representative. I don't think people know or want to engage because they just believe that it's a done deal, that we're just going to move forward with this. And is this submission process really authentic? Because this agenda was released on the 22nd of March, but we could put submission in up to the 28th of March. So the report, the officer's report it's been on the agenda since the 22nd of March when, in fact, we could put submissions in until lunchtime yesterday. So it's all a bit like, is it really relevant or is this just a tick box, something that really needs to be done because we just have to do it? It's just disappointed. It just seems that, never mind sustainability, net zero building, flood zones, and the slow, costly, and really, very slow planning process that everyone will have to go through. It's very disappointing.
Thank you. Sorry, I didn't hear your name. Sorry.
Anna.
Anna, thank you. Thank you and welcome. And thank you, Anna. Any further submitters for item 8.2? Paul, would you? Thank you. Just one moment. You have 2 minutes. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you for hearing me again, once again, Mayor Messina and councillors.
Excuse me, can you speak up?
Yes, I can. Sorry, I'm trying to read a screen at the same time. Yep. So, council officers continue to advocate there is no contradiction to the declared climate emergency and the heritage overlay. Council officers continue to make the statement despite admitting that the heritage overlay will stop homeowners from achieving higher ratings of 9 to 9.5 stars. Council officers argue that the stopping owners from achieving such high ratings does not contradict the declaration of a climate emergency because homeowners can still achieve 7 stars and net zero. I can't make sense of this argument for 2 reasons. The first reason, most renovations will struggle to achieve 7 stars on a whole-of-house basis. Arguing renovations can still achieve 7 stars in net zero is unfortunately incorrect. Most of the heritage renovations will not achieve 7 stars for the following reasons: requirements to retain existing lead light windows, retention of subfloor constructions, constraints on capturing northern sunlight via second-storey additions due to perceived impacts on facades and south-facing frontages, and the very real prospect that original sections of homes will remain untouched due to the budgetary constraints or a desire by owners to retain the original section untouched. The second reason is that heating and cooling loads for 7-star homes is too high to achieve net zero. This one is very important, and this is where I think the crux of the argument is. As per the NATA's star banding, a 7-star home in the Melbourne climate zone uses 83 megajoules per square metre per annum, which translates to 23.1 kilowatts per square metre per annum.
That's done. Thank you, Paul. Thank you. And thank you for your time during the week. Are there any further submissions for item 8.2? I now understand that there are submissions for 8.3. Would you please approach the lectern, state your name?
Thank you. Good evening. Ruth Jelly of Northcote. I would like to commend Council on their consultation and analysis to date on the Your Street, Your Say project in the northwest corridor of Darebin. It's refreshing to see Council responding positively to residents' concerns about the safety of the streets that they live and travel on. My submission today is in support of Officer's recommendation option number 1, to proceed to community consultation on draft concept designs for the 8 priority areas identified in the analysis. While these priority treatments are developed, consulted on with the community and also implemented, I urge Council to actively liaise with the Department of Transport to progress the development of the strategic cycling corridors and to seek funding to realise the vision of a safe and connected bicycle network within and throughout Darebin. This will bring many benefits to the Darebin community by providing them with a real ability to choose to use sustainable transport methods to reach key commercial centres, especially the Preston Market precinct. Darebin Council has a responsibility to ensure that we have a safe and sustainable transport network to serve current and future generations, which is currently unfit for purpose due to the disjointed and unconnected network of bicycle routes through Darebin, which are highly variable in the level of safety, in terms of the level of safety that is provided to those users. Thank you.
Thank you, Ruth. Thank you. Thank you, Ruth. Thank you, Paul and Anna. Are there any further submissions for item number 8.3? Can you please state your name? Is it for item number 8.3?
No, but the next door neighbor, they building, and you never told us.
Okay, just one moment, please. I'm going to give you 2 minutes, but could you please move your microphone and please tell me your name and what suburb, at least just the suburb. Thank you.
My name is Georgette Bucknell, and I live in Smith Street, Thornbury. And they building next house, next to us, container house. And I coming over 100 times to the council to know what they building next to me. Nobody want to help me. Nobody want to tell us what's happening next door. And I try to ring the council, I ring you so many times, I don't have no answer. Just they shut the phone on our face, and that's it. And they building less from 1 meter from my house, 2-story container house, and they put the fan. We can't stay in our house from the noisy, and nobody done nothing. The fence, they touched it, they done damage for my fence. Where the council? The council is not doing anything. I want to know, like my son, he fixed his house, the inspector every day in his house, why that's not happen? Why, where the council? Why they not doing anything?
Thank you very
much. Why we pay the rights, why we pay all that, and the council just worry about the rubbish thing? We want to know That's our property, and now you want to put heritage on it? That's not fair. Who paid the loss? Already the agent, he told me $200,000 we lost. The council pay it? Who pay it? Thank you.
Thank you. I can see the distress in your voice. Can we please have contact details for this lady, and then we'll get an officer to follow up?
Mayor, I'll actually ask General Manager Rachel Olivier to go and speak with this lady now to make sure she's got the details, and we follow up first thing in the morning.
Thank you. Are there any further submitters for any items on the agenda this evening? Thank you for members of the gallery for your questions and your submissions. Item number 7, we have petition. Councillors, I understand there is one petition to be tabled.
Mayor, I've got a petition to be tabled, which councillors would have received information about. I'll just read out, the petition's quite long, so I won't read the whole petition, Mayor. The petition has been organised by Catherine Maguire, who we have heard from also this evening. Member Messina, I'll table this petition concerning the proposed Thornbury Park Estate Planning Scheme Amendment. I move that this petition, signed by over 200 persons, in relation to the Darebin proposed heritage overlay that will affect over 1,000 homes in the Thornbury Park Estate, and that council is planning to assess, and is council planning to assess other areas next. As Mayor, as I mentioned, it's quite long. I won't go through the whole thing, but the petition does make specific concerns raised with council, and as councillors would be aware, the petition was also on the change.org platform as well. So, Mayor, I will put forward that petition for council's consideration and refer it to the CEO and into the process as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McCarthy. Do I have a seconder? Second by Councillor Rennie. All those in favour? That is carried unanimously. Thank you.
Mayor, I'd like to move a procedural motion to change the order of business. That the order of business be amended as follows. The urgent business on the Northcote Golf Course consultation to be dealt with before the consideration of reports, because there are people in the gallery that are wanting to hear the debate. And because
sorry, Councillor, there is no
last on the agenda.
There is no urgent business.
I put in an urgent.
That was rejected.
I believe it's council's decision to reject an urgent item.
No, governance has made it clear that it's been rejected. Councils have been informed that it has actually been rejected. So
can I get that?
Yes, I'll get governance to address that.
Because I believe it's council's decision to reject an urgent item.
No, it's not actually.
I can actually answer that. Through you, Mayor, what I can say is that council can only admit an item of urgent business. So the procedural motion to admit an item of urgent business, if it complies, it doesn't comply, so it's not within council's power to consider the item.
Do we have a reason why it doesn't comply?
Yeah, I provided that to you in writing, that it can reasonably wait to the next council meeting.
But I don't believe that it can wait to the next council meeting.
That's my advice.
So your rule is final that this...
That's my advice, yep.
Thank you.
Council has to abide by that.
And I provided that yesterday morning, so I would have been happy to speak to you about it.
Sorry, I don't have time to go through all my emails and all the amendments, especially when this is an important issue that I believe is urgent, and there are people in the gallery that are waiting to hear this particular item.
So we move a procedural motion to hear that urgent item?
No.
We've sought governance advice. We can't move it. That's the advice.
You can change the order of business as was suggested.
Yes, but there's no item for
no
urgent.
business item.
Thank you.
Councillors, I just have a point of clarification in relation to what's been raised. My understanding, and I just seek some clarification, my understanding that that the decision is up to council on whether to admit an urgent motion or not, and for council to make the consideration of whether that urgent motion should be considered.
Thank you, Councillor Greco. I've sought governance advice.
If I can be directed to the clause that we're relying on to not allow that urgent motion.
Councillor Greco, I saw the email that was circulated earlier yesterday. I sought advice. The CEO and the governance has provided that advice, but you can certainly read that out if that makes you feel more comfortable.
Mayor Messina, I'm asking for a request. I'm seeking some clarification. If through you, the officers can direct me
Yep, sure.
to which clause we're relying on.
Sure,
because
I
this
did say that,
to me-
Councillor Greco. Perhaps you didn't hear me. Please direct us to the clause.
Okay. Yep. Thanks for the question. Through you, Mayor. Section 8, Clause 8.13, which reads, a procedural motion to admit an item of urgent business can only be approved by Council if the proposed motion of urgent business is all of those things. My very clear advice to Council in writing yesterday before 12 p.m. is that it doesn't comply with those provisions, and therefore it is not open to Council to consider a procedural motion to admit an item of urgent business. That has been how this procedure has been used since the adoption of the governance rules last year, as you know.
I just have a point of clarification. I'm sorry that I'm insisting on this point because that strikes me as something new, because I have not heard in that explanation that it's the council that makes the call on whether it meets those requirements or not. It's not that officers make that call. I can't see anywhere there where it says that the CEO or officers make the call on the validity or otherwise of an urgent motion. That is the call of council.
I agree, Mayor. When I read it,
I didn't. Sorry, you're interjecting. Thank you.
You can ask Stephen Mann.
It doesn't meet.
You can ask Stephen Mann.
Can I address that to the governance officer, Mr. Mann? Can you please address that? And can we do one at a time and not interject? Thank you.
Through you, Mayor.
Sorry, I can't hear. There's something wrong with the microphone tonight, or it's my hearing. It's quite low, the volume.
I might just sit down here so I can speak into the microphone clearly. Through you, Mayor Messina, I agree 100% with the CEO's advice that's been provided to the council. The governance rules are very clear under item 8.1, urgent business, and that is how this council has used and we've interpreted the urgent item provisions since these governance rules came in July 2020. It seems quite clear to me.
What I can say, Mayor, is in the previous governance rules, there was a specific provision that was written slightly differently, which allowed council to vote on the procedural motion and to form that view, but that provision's been changed in the governance rules. So that was perhaps in the previous term, Councillor Greco.
can I just ask? I believe the
I
current.
haven't directed you, but yes, you can. You can. Thank you.
I believe that current section 8 doesn't actually say that the CEO is to authorise it. So it's open to interpretation.
Thank you. I understand it says item number 8.1, urgent business. A procedural motion to admit an item of urgent business can only be approved by council if the proposed motion of the urgent business, H, has been rejected as a notice of motion in accordance with clause 6.3. And if you look at 6.3, it says...
No, that's not it.
Rejected notice of motion.
No. So sorry, sorry, Mayor, just to, if I can perhaps help out. I understand what it is that you're saying, Councillor Demetriadis. What I am saying is, you're right, it's not, council can form a view, but my very clear advice, supported by the governance manager and provided in writing yesterday to all councillors, not just you, all councillors, is that the urgent business that you submitted doesn't comply with this provision. And so my very clear legal advice to this council is you cannot consider it as urgent business.
Mayor, I I'm sorry, I just wanted to say, you've just said that it is up to councils.
On all things.
Exactly. Yeah. So this is actually a council decision. The CEO has provided her frank and fearless advice, but it is a council decision.
Mayor, I have a procedural motion.
Yes.
The procedural motion is that we proceed directly to debate on agenda items and that further we reorder the agenda to hear item 8.2 at the commencement. I'm aware that there's a large number of people in the chamber who are interested in the Thornbury Park Estate matter, and that it would be good.
We've got a motion in front of us.
We have to address this first, Councillor. So we need to address this. Yes, absolutely. So, first procedural motion, Councillor Demetriadis.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to move a procedural motion to change the order of business so that urgent business on the Northcote Golf Course consultation be dealt with before the consideration of reports. And that's because there's people in the gallery that would like to hear the debate. And urgent business is the last item one of the last items on the agenda, and I think it's unfair to make them wait that long.
Can I just confirm, so it'll be urgent business
Yep.
report?
Yep.
Need a seconder?
Need a seconder?
Yep.
Seconder, yep. So we'll just wait for that.
All those in favour again?
All those in favour? Councillor Williams, Councillor Demetriadis, Councillor Greco, Councillor Lawrence, Councillor Messina. All those against? Councillor McCarthy, Councillor Hannan, Councillor Newton, Councillor Rennie. That has items been carried.
Okay. So
Can we just...
any other procedural motion?
Are there any other procedural motions?
Yes, I'd like to move a procedural motion that the matter of the Northcote Golf Course consultation results be admitted as urgent business. That be the urgent business item.
Okay, I was referring to the procedural motion for readdressing the agenda because I think Councillor Rennie wanted to do that first. So can we address that one? She did put her hand up. So Councillor Rennie.
Thank you, Mayor Messina. I'd like to move a procedural motion that under the item 8, consideration of reports, that we hear item 8.2 in relation to the Thornbury Park estate prior to the other items.
Do we have a seconder? Thank you. All those in favour? That's been carried by Councillor, sorry, hands up please, I haven't called. Councillor Hannan, Councillor McCarthy, Councillor Messina, Councillor Rennie and Councillor Newton. All those against? Councillor Lawrence, Councillor Rennie and Councillor Demetriadis. And you're abstaining?
Mayor,
Just one moment.
could you just call that again because you called my name incorrectly?
Did I?
I think it was inadvertent, but...
Okay, so all those in favour of moving the motion to readdress, to realign the agenda to include item 8.2 into a procedural motion to be heard first. All those in favour? Councillor Hannan, Councillor McCarthy, Councillor Rennie, Councillor Newton, Councillor Messina. All those against? Councillor Williams, Councillor Demetriadis, Councillor Lawrence. You abstaining, Councillor? Thank you. That motion's been carried. Thank you. So now we go over.
Sorry, Mayor, can I just double check? So the effect of those two procedural motions is it's urgent business, then Thornbury Park?
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
Yes. So we're going straight on to urgent business, which is...
So I'd like to move...
Can you just... Yeah, thank you. We need to move it. Yeah, just one at a time. So item number 10, we're moving urgent business. It's not listed on the agenda. It was circulated to councillors. There was some advice. I'm happy it's been put to the vote and it's going to be admitted into the chamber. So, Councillor...
No, that's incorrect, Mayor Messina. It hasn't been admitted into the chamber.
So through you, Mayor, what's happened is, so urgent business is listed on the agenda. It's always listed on the agenda. But this evening, subject to the decision that Councillor Demetriadis is going to ask the council to make, at this point, there are no items listed under.
Okay, sorry, I've actually jumped ahead of us.
That's okay.
Yep, I've jumped ahead of us because I know what the item is. That's what it is. Councillor Demetriadis.
So I'd like to move a procedural motion that the matter of the Northcote Golf Course consultation results be admitted as urgent business.
I'll second that.
All those in favour? That's Councillor Williams, Councillor Demetriadis, Councillor Messina, Councillor Greco, Councillor Lawrence. All those against? Councillor McCarthy, Councillor Hannan, Councillor Newton, Councillor Rennie. That item's been carried. Would you like to? Can we have that motion on the screen?
Mayor, I would like to express my concern that this motion is in direct contradiction to advice that we have had around and appears to me to be a direct breach of our governance local laws, unambiguously.
Okay, I'm going to adjourn the meeting for 10 minutes. It is about 15 minutes. It's 6:11, so let's come back at 6:30 actually, unless prior. So councillors, can I stop the live streaming?
Yeah, live stream stop.
Right. So we're going to ask councillors to come into that room next door. Thanks. And I like an officer.
Any officer?
Governance. just waiting for Councillor Tom Hannon to come back into the room. Councillors, I'm sorry, and officers and people live streaming, sorry for the interjection and the adjournment. I now open the meeting. I just wanted to seek some governance advice. There was some there was an issue that wasn't clarified, but I would like to first of all address that we are going to go into items of urgent business. But before we do that, there is actually going to be a statement from Councillor Newton. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Messina. So this is regarding the urgent business. So I'd like to declare that I own property in the subject area of Northcote Golf Course. Ownership of a property in the area is an interest I hold in common with hundreds of property owners, and while it is arguable that my interest does not exceed that of interests held by other residents, ratepayers and electors, I will remove myself from debate and decision on the issue as a precaution against any general conflict of interest I have or may be perceived to have. Thank you.
Thank you, noted. Thank you. Councillor Dimitriadis.
Thank you, Mayor. So I'd like to move the motion. Is it on the screen?
It should be in a moment. Just one moment. Is that your urgent item? Do we have a seconder? It's moved by Councillor Dimitriadis, seconded by Councillor Greco. Would you like to speak to your item?
Thank you, Mayor. So the future of the Northcote Golf Course was expected to come to Council after the consultation process and submissions hearing that had occurred over 5 months ago. In October last year, Council committed to receive a report making recommendations on the future shared use of the Northcote Golf Course in March 2022. The public was only made aware of this change, that the same time the agenda was distributed to the public and to councillors 2 days late again. As we know, the topic of the Northcote Golf Course is such a huge priority for a lot of people, including the Deputy Mayor, who it was the only notice of motion that was submitted to our first ordinary council meeting.
Will you be please mindful of our language used in the chamber?
There's no language there. It's just saying
continue.
that the Deputy Mayor, this is quite an important issue for the Deputy Mayor because that was the only notice
It's an important issue for all. Continue.
To the council meeting, our first council meeting that I was on council. And on the 22nd of March 2021, we moved to undertake community consultation. Since then, there have been a number of delays and submissions to the consultation survey closed 3.5 months ago. So this motion is actually authorising council to release the findings of the community consultation process. It's got nothing to do with any stakeholders or any delays that have occurred. This is the community consultation process that I want to reiterate. It is what the community has the results of the community consultations, the survey, the submissions. So releasing this to the community based on what the results we have obtained is a good way of ensuring transparency and accountability. So we need to make sure that as council, we would like to, where we look to this process as we need to be making sure that we are actually being accountable and transparent with the process. Delaying it for another month or whatever it is that's coming back, actually we were told during question time there is no time frame for it to come out. So we need to make sure that this comes out to the community because they've been waiting for it for a long time. Unnecessarily, I don't know why it's been held up unnecessarily because it is the community consultation. It's got nothing to do with stakeholders. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dimitriadis. Councillor Greco.
Mayor Messina, I reserve my right to speak.
Thank you. Do you have any further speakers? Councillor Greco? Or Councillor McCarthy? Sorry, I didn't see.
Councillor McCarthy, please go ahead.
So,
would you like to speak?
If I have the call, I have the call, Mayor. Mayor, I'll rise to speak against the motion. Darebin City Council acknowledges the Wurundjeri Wurrung people as the traditional owners and custodians of the land we now call Darebin and pays respects to their elders past, present and emerging. Council pays respect to all other Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander communities in Darebin. Council recognises and pays respect and tribute to the diverse culture, resilience and heritage of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people. We acknowledge the leadership of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander communities and the right to self-determination in the spirit of mutual understanding and respect. Mayor, that's the statement that we include at the front of our council agenda. And I read that statement in an earnest attempt to appeal to councillors to think about what that statement means and to understand what that statement implies. I'd also refer councillors to...
Point of order, Mayor, sorry. What's the relevance? There's irrelevant to what this particular item is about.
That's your
community
interpretation. I'm going to
consultation
allow the
process.
statement. Thank you. Continue, Councillor McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor. As I was saying, I referred to this statement and also Council's commitment to the Wurundjeri, which was most recently updated in 2019, which commits Council to respectful conversation with Wurundjeri Council and with Wurundjeri people in relation to matters of relevance and interest to them. Council committed to a process of consultation and consideration of this matter, and central to that was what I would describe as the threshold matter, which is what do they think? Mayor, I don't wish to go into what they think because we have not had that considered by Council. I think it would be highly inappropriate for Council to release any of the consultation that we've received to date until that process has been completed and we've given full respect to the consultation that we are currently engaged in with Wurundjeri Wurrung Corporation. So I would appeal to councillors to please continue to respect that process, to not jump the gun, to take the advice of officers, which is clearly to say we need to continue that engagement before we release information, which in fact, respectfully, should also be information that should be provided to them as well. Mayor, I'll end my comments there and appeal to councillors to vote this motion down.
Are there any further speakers? Councillor Lawrence.
Yes. Mayor Messina, we don't stand anymore, do we? We do.
Yes, you do.
Okay.
Thank you.
Post-lockdown, it's hard to get back into...
You have 2 minutes, Mr Lawrence. Councillor Lawrence.
Yes, look, I'd like to speak in favour of the motion. The commitment to this council in our council plan is to enter into a very serious conversation with the First Nations people, the Wurundjeri Wurrung people here about land. And there are no limits on that conversation. We have many incredible pieces of land here, waterways, that are part of an ancient history, which is a living culture, which we saw on Sunday, a magnificent explanation by the elders there of the length of that culture. We have incredible things on Mount Cooper, along Bundura Park, 180 hectares. We have every inch of Darebin belongs to the First Nations. It's never been ceded, not this part, not any part. We do not hold up consultations on any piece of land, and because of sensitivities, because this is a long conversation. Some of us have been having it for 20 years about what we can do of handovers. Some of us have handed over leases of 99 years to people from the First Nations, but we haven't done enough. So I don't think we need to conflate the two issues, because the conversation with the Wurundjeri is going to be a primary conversation and a moment in history for this council. And I'm certainly not limiting that conversation to 24 hectares south of Normandy Road.
Thank you, that's
we had
time,
that conversation
Councillor
across the whole city.
Are there any further speakers? Councillor Williams.
I'm happy to go ahead with this agenda item, as I feel that it's important that we owe it to our community who's already done a huge amount of consultation. I also agree that we continue that conversation and be open to our Wurundjeri people, as I believe that we have many parcels of land, and obviously it's important that we continue that dialogue with them. It's been very difficult as this particular situation with the Northcote Golf Course, because I feel that we've started at one point, we've had other interjections and other interruptions. So I hope that we still continue with that dialogue. with, if it's not with this particular parcel of land, but definitely as Councillor Lawrence has already mentioned, that we do have other parcels of land that we can continue right from the start. It just makes it very difficult that we've already had consultation, and we owe it to our people that we show that consultation of where we're up to at the moment.
Thank you, Councillor Williams. Are there any further speakers? Councillor Hannan.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm speaking against this motion. I believe it's unnecessary, and I don't agree with some of the wording. As we know, there's been extensive consultation done. I'd like to commend the team. There's actually been a number of teams, a large amount of staff, and as we've heard, consultants who put a huge amount of effort into the consultation. We owe it to all the work that was done and to all the people who presented, that's presented to Council in the best possible way with the best possible analysis, not purely the raw figures. We owe it to the professional discretion and judgment of our staff, which they exercise every day, as to whether something's ready or not. I know that staff have been working extremely hard on this particular item to get it ready, both for council consideration but also for public consideration. I find point 4 overly prescriptive. As far as I'm aware, there hasn't been any discussion about whether there is these, how feasible is it for these reports to be provided within 7 days?
Point of order, Mayor, that's a misrepresentation. We've got the results ready to go from the community consultation
We've
process.
had briefing and we've had a summary. Please continue.
We have council deciding when things will be released on an operational matter. It's unnecessary and it's not urgent, and we owe it to ourselves and the public and all the submitters that it's presented in the best way, with the best evidence, the best analysis, the best recommendation of options, not because councillors decide something must be done within a week.
Thank you. Are there any further speakers? Councillor Greco.
Thank you, Member Senator. Look, I'll just make a few points in relation to this, and I support this motion. Look, this motion is basically calling for the for publishing the findings of the community consultation, and we know that extensive community consultation has occurred. There's been 11,000 submissions to council, and there's been over 70 presentations at a special council meeting, hearings of submissions meeting. I think we owe it to the community to report back to them on what the findings are. We have that information, and whilst we can't go into the detail of that information, councillors have been briefed on that information, and that information was to be part of the council agenda tonight. But it is not part of the council agenda tonight. And I believe that for the sake of openness and transparency, that information needs to be made available. In relation to the Wurundjeri, what I'll say was this, councillors. In the council plan, I as a councillor put in the council plan, with resistance from a number of councillors here, the handing back of land. I am
Point of order.
all for the handing back.
Point of order. That's
Point of order, it's not.
Councillor, can you be a bit more specific, Councillor Hannan?
Can I continue?
I don't know what's happened to... Can we have a microphone for Councillor Hannan, please?
my point of order is, I haven't got it in front of me, it's under 10 in the governance rules. Forgive me, I haven't got it in front of me, the dot point in relation to misrepresentation or misinformation. So Councillor Greco has said that other councillors resisted
I have to...
the inclusion
Can you
that
please
point.
change your vocabulary and consider rephrasing that, Councillor Greco?
That other councillors had concerns about the of me including that item. And could I have a few extra
yes, you can.
time, because it's been clicking over whilst I've been interjected. And the point is that So the conversation, councillors, will be continuing. Once the report is released or the information about the consultation is released, the consultations will continue. It will continue with the rest of the community who have made submissions, and obviously so it will continue with the Wurundjeri as a party, an important party that is part of this conversation. And I'll make the other point in relation to the handing back of land, councillors. As you know, councillors, when I proposed this in relation to a number of possible handbacks of land, which could be Darebin parklands, Bandura parklands, or many other pieces of land in our municipality. That's the conversation.
Thank you.
That's the conversation that needs to continue and needs to happen.
Councillor Greco.
And in the meantime, let's be
you,
open and
Councillor
transparent
Greco.
with the rest of the community in releasing these damn results.
Thank you, Councillor Greco. Thank you. You have a right of reply, Councillor Dimitriadis.
Thank you, Mayor. So I wanted to reiterate that not releasing the results of the consultation process, and I want to reiterate again, the consultation process, this has nothing to do with stakeholders or any communication that we're having with the Wurundjeri Council. If we don't release it, it's a risk to our reputation. We need to be showing that we are transparent. These are just figures that we're releasing. Councillor Hannan mentioned raw data, that raw data shouldn't be released, that there should be an analysis associated with it. I don't agree with that. Why do we need to analyse the data? We need to show the figures of what was actually said. Why should we let the community think that we are potentially manipulating the findings or anything along those lines if we're not releasing the raw data? So this motion is about releasing the community consultation process results, nothing to do with stakeholders or the Wurundjeri or any conversations with the Wurundjeri. That's a separate process, and I think that in the interest of transparency, these results need to be released. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dimitriadis. As the Mayor, I have the right, before I ask for the vote, to make a statement. I'm continuing still my discussions. Last week I spoke to Golf Australia. I went to Bandura Golf Course today, and I'm yet to sit in on full briefings from officers in relation to further briefings that this council has had based on, because I was not available. There is still a business case model to be sampled by officers. A leader takes responsibility for their actions, and I'm first to put my hand up and said that I misheard and misinterpreted the advice from governance and from our CEO. I regretfully take full responsibility for that interpretation. Now, going forward, there'll be further clarification about urgent business and the way it is submitted into this chamber. Now, having said that, I believe, it is my belief, and we will seek further legal advice about how we handle urgent business. This report, a full report, needs to come, first and foremost, to all of council, considering what's come back from Golf Australia, Bandura Golf Course, and all councillors going and walking on there, Wurundjeri and the business case model. Therefore, I will not be supporting this urgent business. That doesn't mean, and please do not interpret, that I do not want the community to see what's in the report. The report is not final. I want the community to see the final report. I apologise for my actions for the misinterpretation.
Sorry, point of order, Mayor.
Can you please let me finish, Councillor
Sorry, I've got a
Dimitriadis?
point of order.
What's a point of order about?
You're talking about a report, whereas the motion is about the results of the consultation.
I'm allowed to say what I want to say in my statement. I will rephrase that, Councillor Dimitriadis. Thank you. You're being a bit finicky. I'll rephrase that in terms of the findings, okay? First and foremost, I give the respect that I allow my councillors to finish their statement on something that is a little bit interpreted. Councillor Dimitriadis, please allow me to finish what I'm saying. Thank you. I gave you the respect, now please give me the equal the respect. I made the incorrect call, and I'll take full responsibility for that. But do not interpret that I do not want the community to find out what's in terms of what the consultation participation results were. Please do not misinterpret it that way. I'll take full responsibility for my actions, and you can post it everywhere you like. I made the call, I made the incorrect call, and I will seek further legal advice, and this council will also have that legal advice. Now, I'd like to put this urgent motion to the vote. All those in favour of this urgent motion? That is Councillor Demetriadis, Councillor Lawrence, Councillor Greco. All those against? That's Councillor Hannan, Councillor McCarthy, Councillor Messina and Councillor Rennie. That item has been lost. Thank you. Now we move on to the next item of urgent business.
Mayor, if I might, I'd like to exercise the right under clause 3.3 2 of the governance rules, which affords me as the Chief Executive Officer the opportunity to correct factual errors or incorrect assertions that arise. Now, I just want to be absolutely clear that I am certain that Councillor Demetriadis was not saying this, but I just want to make sure that the community is clear that the reason why the report has not come to Council yet is not because officers are manipulating the data. That is absolutely not what is occurring. Councillor Demetriadis used the phrase manipulate the data. I don't think she was implying that that is what was occurring. I just want to be absolutely clear to people for that, and thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. Can we please have Councillor Newton please re-enter the chamber? She needs to read a statement. Have we asked Councillor Newton to... Councillors, we have a number of significant items on our agenda this evening, and I'm committed to ensuring we deal with all business listed within the time limits we have. To this end, whilst I'm permitting questions of officers prior to commencement on each item, as permitted by our governance rule, I'll be exercising my right under the governance rules to limit questions that direct debate to commence when I determine sufficient questioning has occurred. I remind councillors that every item on our agenda has been subjected to comprehensive council briefings, and you've been given ample opportunity to be informed about the issues under consideration. The first item we have, because of the readdressing of the agenda, is item 8.2, Thornbury Park Estate Proposed Heritage Precinct Planning Scheme Amendment C191 DARE and C207 DRRE, and Councillor Newton has a statement.
Thank you, Mayor Messina. So I'm just finding it. So this is Thornbury Park Estate. Councillors, I wish to have it noted in the minutes of this meeting that whilst I own property in the subject area of this proposed planning scheme amendment, I do so in common with a large number of other property owners, and as the property cannot readily be redeveloped due to it being part of a body corporate and a relatively recent construction, my interest is also so remote or insignificant that it could not reasonably be regarded as capable of influencing my decisions in relation to the matter. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillors, are there any questions for item number 8.2 to the officers? Oh, sorry, Councillor Demetriadis.
So I've got a question. Why have we undertaken an unprecedented blanket approach to heritage overlay in the Thornbury estate instead of an approach that reflects the interim heritage overlay that identifies individual properties for heritage listing?
Thank you, Councillor Demetriadis. Officers.
Through you, Mayor, thank you for the question. It's not necessarily it is not a unprecedented approach. Blanket overlays apply throughout a number of municipalities and in different parts of Darebin.
Thank you.
Sorry, Mayor, that didn't answer my question. Why have we undertaken the blanket approach in heritage in this estate and not the interim? So you've just picked one word out of that whole thing. I just wanted to ask why we've gone for a blanket approach rather than something that reflects the interim heritage overlay that identifies individual properties for heritage listing.
Thank you again, through you, Mayor. Thank you again for the clarification. In this example, it is a heritage precinct. It is the combination of the significant and contributory properties that make the entire area significant. And so the thing that is being protected is the nature of the precinct itself. and therefore it doesn't lead itself to an individual listing of properties. So some 72% of properties have been judged either significant or contributory to the overall significance of the precinct.
Thank you. Councillor Lawrence.
Yes, Mayor Messina, just through to the officers. We have a report tonight, and it highlights 3 different options in terms of the decision-making in front of council, which is normal for these types of amendments. And we've also had reference to the interim overlay, which is actually, the governing the area at the moment. If council was to decide, I'm getting to my question, if council was to decide to abandon this type of process, what happens to the interim overlay, and is there a time frame or that? Does that remain what we see in the planning scheme, or what happens? Thank you for the question, through you, Mayor. The interim heritage overlay is interim until the 26th of April. And at that point, the provision will expire and will no longer have effect. So if council were to choose to abandon the permanent control and decline to extend the interim overlay tonight, then the heritage protection on the estate would cease.
Thank you. Are there any further questions? Councillor Dimitriadis.
Thank you, Mayor. If a resident's property is considered non-contributory to the heritage overlay and is part of the 1,052 properties in the area, will they still need to be applying for planning permits?
Through you, Mayor Messina, through the permanent heritage overlay put forward with Amendment C191, there is a range of exemptions for demolition for non-contributory properties. So it depends on the nature of the works, whether they would require a planning permit for demolition, but generally new development does require a planning permit so that the design of the new development is in fitting with the heritage character of the area.
Thank you, councillors. Are there any further questions? Councillor Greco.
Thank you, Member Senior. I just have a couple of questions, and I'm just picking up some of these questions from what I've heard in the gallery tonight. It was mentioned that there's 5 significant dwellings that are significant from a heritage perspective. I want to know whether that is so, and also I want to pick up on the question that was raised and whether we can get some information in relation to the Harold Street, which is one of the 5 apparently, and whether that is a replica rather than an original. That's my first question.
Through you, Mayor Messina, the significant properties identified within the Thornbury Park estate are only significant as a sum of its parts, so they don't meet the same threshold as an individually significant property. So there's 5 significant and quite a number of contributory properties. In terms of did you say Hutton Street property?
It's Harold Street, 115 Harold Street, I believe.
Through you, Mayor Messina, in terms of 115 Harold Street, it's been identified as the most elaborate and picturesque Queen Anne style house in the precinct. It's distinguished by ornate gable ends with barge boards and a bay window with slender barley twist columns. Generally, in terms of its significance, rarity is one of the criteria. So even though it could have been, quite a typical house of that period, it's rare in this instance and in Darebin.
I suppose my question was, is it a replica?
Through you, Mayor Messina, it would have to depend on the definition of replica. There were state bank housing in this area, and they generally had a similar design, which you could term replica. So I would have to check, but it could have been one of them. I don't know the exact answer. I can take it on notice.
Through you, Mayor, I think the other thing that is, in the event that council was to refer this to a panel, that is something that can be specifically tested by the experts at panel.
Thank you.
I have a second question. The second question is in relation to, again, what was raised in the gallery, is about what research can we point to in the report and evidence in relation to the net zero emissions. I've looked at the report quite carefully, and I just fail to see where there's reference to our own research or evidence to support the claims about the net zero emissions that can be attained with the heritage overlay applying. And what I'm referring to specifically is a whole of house and standalone without needing to purchase offsets. So where's the research?
Thank you for the question, through you, Mayor. It's an issue, the issue of sustainability versus heritage has been one that has been raised now for several months, and council officers have undertaken research on this matter. That research has taken the form of conversations with council's sustainability team and their experience in tackling the climate emergency. It has included contact with ESD officers at other municipalities to talk to them about examples and how those councils have reconciled heritage and ESD concerns. And it is also, we have found representative examples of properties that have been adapted and heritage properties that have been adapted to have high energy performance, including at least one example where it achieves a very high 9-star performance. In general, though, in the example that Mr. Viscotto is talking about, in talking to him last night after the gallery, he builds the concept, the building and the proposition is that the sustainable building being proposed is a standalone and almost an off-grid proposition, in that all the power and all the need is generated by the building itself. In terms of the standard across the state at the moment, it's a 6-star energy rating. Council is leading the charge to try to increase that rating, and we are looking for a sustainability and ESD standards of at least 7 stars or greater. And all the research that we have conducted is that is quite achievable within a heritage adaptation. There are a number of other statements that were made which I would disagree with, because it has a mistaken belief in the restrictions of the heritage overlay. There are many claims being made about what can't be done under the heritage overlay which are simply not true.
And my final question is, I noticed that this report has come back to us because I specifically requested last time, and I'm thankful for the councillors that agreed with me to refer the report so that we can get more consultation with people from a cold community. We've seen some people here tonight from cold community who were very stressed and very agitated, and also a little bit confused about the implications of what's in the report. So my question is this, is that do we have any figures on the number of people from a cold background in the area that have been consulted relative to the number of cold people in the area? Because I'm just trying to draw some comparison of whether we've actually getting a representative sample in relation to the consultation.
Thank you, Councillor Greco. Officers.
Through you, Mayor Messina. So we undertook further engagement in February 2022, specifically designed to target cold communities. The reach that we identified as a result of those pop-up sessions and the mail drop and the extra engagement sessions that we conducted involved 92 participants, including 45 from cold communities, of which 15 live in Thornbury and 5 within the Thornbury Park estate. So that's the data that we collected as part of this engagement. Overall, the extended consultation resulted in 15 new submissions, 2 specifically from the coal community and 5 updated submissions. Now, in terms of the broader number of submissions, under the Planning and Environment Act, we're not required to collect that data, so we have to accept submissions from any member of the community with essentially a name and a contact address. So we do not have the exact data of who within the number of submitters have a cold background, but generally we're pretty confident that we reached a significant number of the coal community, and certainly the members here today, including the lady that you mentioned who was quite agitated. I spoke directly to her during our engagement.
Just a clarification, the point that has not been answered and I thank the officers for their answer, but my question was also, I understand those figures, I read those figures, but my question was, in the broader picture of the 1,000 people in that estate, do we have census data that indicates to us how many people are from a coal background so that we can make some analysis and comparison of whether coal communities have been underrepresented in this consultation process or not?
Sorry, I thought you answered that question.
No.
No?
I haven't received an answer to the question. Of the 1,000 households in that area, how many of those 1,000 households are from a coal background?
Thank you. That's
I don't know what the answer to that is.
Thank you.
We got
Through you, Mayor Messina, we do have demographic information of the Thornbury area, not specifically the Thornbury Park Estate area. I don't have that in front of me. We can circulate it to councillors on notice.
Thank you. Do we have any further questions? Councillor McCarthy.
It's fine, Mayor.
You don't? Okay. Any further questions? Councillor Lawrence.
I have an alternate motion to move.
I'm asking for questions at the moment. Do we have any further questions, councillors?
I have a question.
You have a question, yes.
Chair, thank you, Mayor Messina. Just through to the officers, just in regards to the interim overlay at present that's there, that is focused around particular buildings, a significant part of all the housing, but not a blanket approach. Is there any mechanisms for council to extend the interim heritage overlay, or alternative, is there mechanisms for council to submit the interim overlay to the panel?
Thank you for the question, through you, Mayor. Yes, it is possible to extend the interim. It is possible to request that the interim heritage overlay be extended. All amendments essentially require some sort of support from the Minister for Planning. The typical practice has been, though, is that they support an interim provision while a permanent provision is being considered. So we could put in and submit the request that the interim overlay be extended. I would suggest that that would be unlikely to potentially proceed if there isn't a permanent amendment afoot.
To elaborate, the officer recommendation actually does include a recommendation that council write to the minister to ask that the interim heritage overlay be extended, but it would be to align with the panel process so that there wasn't a gap in coverage.
Okay, that's one.
Thank you. Are there any further questions? Oh, sorry, Stevie.
Through you, Mayor Messina, I've just got one of the questions taken on notice just now from Councillor Greco. Based on the 2016 census data, the area bounded by Miller Street, Comus Grove, St George's Road, Ballantyne Street, Leinster Grove, Normanby Avenue, which is slightly larger than the Thornbury Park Estate area. Only 4% of the people were not fluent in English, which is lower than the Darebin average. In Thornbury West, Greek followed by Italian are the two most popular languages to be spoken other than English, with 5.3% and 5.2% respectively. followed by Arabic at 1.9%, Mandarin and Spanish at 1.2%, and Nepali at 1.1%.
Thank you. Are there any further questions to the officers? Councillors, do I have a motion?
I had an alternative motion that I put forward before.
I didn't ask that motion, but go ahead. Yep.
Sorry, Mayor, Councillor McCarthy.
He did actually say that he had an alternate. He shadowed an alternate motion before, Councillor Rennie. He shadowed an alternate motion.
Mayor, point of order. I believe it's contrary to the meeting rules in that if councillors can circumvent the order of the agenda by flagging they have motions, then I'll flag I've got half a dozen motions now.
Okay, I'm going to seek some
when you
governance.
called for a motion, Councillor McCarthy, and you acknowledged Councillor McCarthy clearly had his hand in the air first.
Yep, I'm going to go over to governance and just please make a ruling whether Councillor Lawrence's foreshadowing of an alternate motion will be allowed. Otherwise, I'll go straight to Councillor McCarthy. So I need some clarification, please.
Certainly, through you, Mayor Messina, the foreshadowing of a motion has no standing at whatsoever.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Therefore, I'm going over to Councillor.
Point of order, Member Messina, you made a call, called Councillor Lawrence to present his alternate motion.
Just one moment. I just asked for some governance advice, and he overshadowed that.
We're flip-flopping.
Councillor Greco, I asked for governance advice, and it was provided. Now over to you, Councillor McCarthy.
I have a point of clarity. If the Mayor signals for someone to present an alternate motion, what weight does that have in this meeting?
Over to you, Mr. Mann.
Madam Mayor, if you indicate to someone to move their motion, go to them, I guess that does indicate some weight, and you're wishing for them to speak. But as I say, the foreshadowing of a motion has no weight at all.
I think Ms. Wilkinson wants to say something.
The answer that was provided earlier about the foreshadowing of motions, so the governance rules are very clear. They don't, it doesn't carry more weight, so it doesn't have any impact on standing.
Okay, thank you.
However, Mr. Mann is correct. You know, my advice would be is you called on Councillor Lawrence.
Okay, thank you.
For, you know, in good faith, and so on that basis I would hear that motion. What I would say though, councillors, is it's perhaps worthy to just remind yourselves of the requirements for moving a motion, which actually require that you raise your hand, not stand.
Yep.
And just remember that foreshadowing doesn't, you know, proffer any advantage.
Yep, I made the ruling incorrectly.
Before you, if I can, I just would note, I raised my hand, you did refer to me, Councillor Lawrence then came in over the top and reminded you about his motion. So the record will show that.
Did I make the ruling? Can I just get some?
You make the call, Mayor.
Did I make the ruling that we would hear Councillor Lawrence first? Did anybody hear that?
Sorry, I'll have to check.
So we might have to check the tape.
Got a tape.
Well,
Take a break and check.
We'll have an adjournment of 10 minutes.
I'm happy if you want to hear Councillor Lawrence's
Okay,
motion.
all right.
I just would state that I think we need to respect
Thank you.
your
I'll
first call.
take that. Okay, Councillor Lawrence, Councillor McCarthy's allowing you to do that.
Yes, Mayor Messina, I have circulated an alternate motion, but from the officer's advice, which was the questions I was exploring on the interim overlay, I would seek to move it with the additional dot point that is in the original motion regarding the extensions of the interim overlay, if that makes sense. Now, I don't have that kind of computers quite working.
I need to know what alternate motion it is, so can you please scribe it?
Is to abandon Thornbury Park Estate Heritage Precinct Planning Scheme, and I would seek to add the point that is in the original motion that addresses the request for an extension of the interim overlay, because we've heard from officers that that is finishing soon.
Thank you. Do we have a seconder for the alternate motion? That's moved by Councillor Lawrence, seconded by Councillor
Maybe we could
Dimitriadis.
just wait while they get that point about the interim overlay, because it's very important.
I think the intent would be to add.
I think the
0.5
intent would be
officer's
to add
recommendation.
0.5, exactly.
Yeah, add
So that's moved by Councillor Lawrence, seconded by Councillor Dimitriadis. Councillor Lawrence, would you like to move it? Speak to your alternate motion.
Yes, Mayor Messina. Those people who may be familiar with me in this chamber may know that I lived in this estate for a long time and did, maybe not a great job, but did do some renovations on the house there, and no longer live there. And it always struck me as strange that we didn't protect 1920s architecture as much as we did earlier periods. So I was happy to, with Councillor McCarthy, support the interim overlay. But for me, the blanket approach has just gone too far, a bridge too far in that kind of treatment. And so I'm moving this motion as an alternative motion, because it can't be moved as an amendment, in part to air part of the views of people from Thornbury, which 61% overwhelmingly didn't want to support the blanket approach. But I am concerned that we don't lose the current interim overlay, which has been implemented without a lot of controversy and has been implemented and remains there. But I think it would be good to have a pause on this, abandon it, make sure we keep the interim overlay there, and then perhaps revisit our submission process and support the climate champions who have moved in there and want to actually convert their houses into the future. Because the future ain't 6 stars. That's actually dragging the chain. The future's something else. So I'm putting this forward as a chance to have this kind of decision from Council of abandoning this current blanket approach and keeping in place the interim, and then maybe we can have another discussion and bring our community along with us.
Thank you, Councillor Lawrence. Councillor Dimitriadis.
I'll reserve my right, thank you, Mayor.
Are there any further speakers? Councillor Hannan.
Thank you, Mayor, and through you. I'd like to speak against this motion. I just don't think it makes sense. We've heard advice from staff that the only reason you have an interim is to line up timing with the substantive motion. So it makes no sense to abandon the substantive proposal and continue an interim. The only reason you would do that is to allow additional consultation. If that is the intent, then drop point 1. Just say, extend the consultation. I remind councillors and anyone else listening that this is actually the second time this matter has come to council. It's been some months since it first came. At that time, the council, we decided to grant more time for consultation. And we've heard from staff that there was extra efforts that staff went to make sure that anyone who wanted to say has had a say. We've had a large number of submissions, and I thank all the submitters for their time and efforts in submitting those who came tonight and during the process. There has been a huge amount of work and a large amount of consultation that's gone into this. So this particular motion, to me, makes no sense. Now is the time that we either pursue it or drop it, but it's internally contradictory to me as a motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hannan. Are there any further speakers? Councillor Newton.
Thank you, Mayor Messina. I'm also opposed to this alternate motion. So what we're talking about is submitting all the submissions to the panel. The panel will receive submissions for and against. I know that there is a lot of concern within the community about whether there is a contradiction between a heritage overlay and climate emergency, but I refer to the report where it says there is no inherent or intractable contradiction between Council's declaration of a climate emergency and its goals to protect heritage. Both objectives can be achieved. The report goes on from there, so for me, I'm very comfortable putting this forward to the panel.
Thank you. Are there any further speakers? Councillor Greco.
Thank you, Member Messina. I have an amendment that I'd like to put, and it's just been circulated. And officers could put it on the screen.
I haven't seen it, Councillor Greco, so I'll wait for it to come up on the screen.
Through you, Mayor Messina, it's only just been received. It'll take a
So
minute.
you're foreshadowing an amendment.
I just want to just read it carefully to make sure it's not opposite.
Yep.
Please, Councillor.
Thank you.
Can we get the original back on screen? Thanks, councillors, for your time. I don't think it is opposite.
Okay. Is that agreeable to the mover and the seconder?
Yes.
Yes. Would you?
See it?
Oh,
yeah.
sorry. I thought you had it on the screen. Sorry, Councillor Greg. Sorry, Councillor Lawrence.
It still has to appear on the screen.
Yeah, that's
told
not. Yep.
councillors. Yep. So the team are just combining the two now.
Thank you.
Yep. Councillor Greco, can I just get clarity that it is your intent, or can I just get clarity that it's your intent that the extension of the interim heritage controls be removed?
Yes.
Yep, thank you.
To be removed.
Yep, thanks.
Adding 3 additional points.
Yep, thanks.
Councillor Lawrence.
I've got it on the...
Acceptable as the mover. On the screen. Can I just confirm, Councillor Greco, first and foremost, that that is your amendment? And then I'll go to Councillor Lawrence and Councillor Demetriadis again to confirm that they are happy with that.
Point A of 2A, that does not have to appear there anymore because that's taken up in point 1. Yep.
So remove 2A.
Yeah.
It's a repetition.
Thank you. Is that correct? Just one moment. Is that correct, Councillor?
Yep.
Yes.
I think that's correct, yeah.
Thank you. Is that acceptable to the mover and the seconder?
Mayor Messina, I've just got a question to the officers.
Sure.
Just to the officers, in regards to the 26th of April deadline on the interim overlay, and given the date of this meeting, if this motion passes, where does that leave us on the interim overlay?
Thank you for the question, through you, Mayor. Should this motion succeed, then and I'll correct the date I provided earlier, the interim heritage overlay would expire on the 29th of April.
Okay, so specifically what I'm asking is, any decision of this council tonight needs to address that 29th deadline, or another meeting on the 26th. Could we take action on the interim overlay on the 26th, or would that be too late?
Thank you for the question, through you, Mayor. It would be open to council to resolve to seek to apply an another interim heritage overlay, or seek to extend the current one. Part of the reason that we are here tonight is there needs to be a sufficient period between the resolution and the expiry to enable the minister and the department to be able to process the request and gazette it. So, the risk, I would characterise the risk as there would potentially be a gap where, if the amendment was successful, there may be a gap in the middle where council could experience a range of applications for demolition.
Councillor Lawrence?
Mayor Messina, this amendment's not quite acceptable to me because it opens up this risk to the interim overlay which is in place at the moment. So unless Councillor Greco can address that.
I need a seconder for Councillor Greco's amendment. That amendment has been lost.
Mayor Messina, I have another amendment then that I will put, and my second amendment, I'm entitled to put two amendments, will be that in order to satisfy the mover and the seconder, is that
They are,
I will leave the point 2 that originally in Councillor Lawrence's alternate motion.
So you're removing, Councillor Greco, you're removing 2A and 2B?
No, is to reintroduce point 2 of Councillor Lawrence's motion and then continue on with my 3 points.
Do we need a break so that we have the right amendment?
Straightforward.
Okay.
It's just...
we have that on the screen, please? Thank you.
Councillor Greco, can I just confirm, so the intent of your amendment would be that council would abandon the heritage controls but seek to retain the interim heritage controls
As per Councillor Lawrence's,
at the same time as
followed by
pursuing
my
a neighbourhood character study?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
Which is all possible, isn't it?
So we'll wait for that to come on the screen.
Not if...
We'll wait for that to come on the screen, then I'll ask for the mover and the seconder to confirm that they accept that, and that becomes...
I think that's it.
Is that correct, Councillor Greco?
Okay, great. Could I speak to it?
No, I want to know if that's correct first. No speaking. Is that correct? Is that your amendment?
Yep.
Great. Is that acceptable to the mover and the seconder?
Yes, Mayor Messina, it is.
Would you like to speak to it, Councillor Greco?
Thank you, Mayor Messina. Yeah, look, I think Councillor Lawrence has covered off on, I believe, on the reasons to abandon this process. And there are a number of reasons, and we've heard a lot of those reasons over the last 5 to 6 months. What my amendment tries to do is that it does not just say abandon and then not do anything else, but what the amendment does, it actually offers another way, a different planning tool to actually protect the heritage, the neighbourhood character of the area.
Councillor Greco, I'm sorry.
Given that there are only
Councillor
5
Greco,
significant...
I'm sorry to interject. Can we stop the clock? Miss Wilkinson wants to say something.
I'm so sorry, Councillor Greco. Your amendment has now been incorporated into the substantive motion, so there's no need to debate the amendment. Okay. And I'm sorry I didn't make that call 25 seconds ago. Sorry.
Apologise.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you can resume the debate on the substantive motion, which has been amended.
Okay. Go ahead. So there was 2 points.
I'll be speaking in relation to the motion now.
The motion,
okay.
Yep.
Look, my apologies for that. Yeah. Just going back. What we're saying here is to abandon the process, and the process, I believe, needs to be abandoned because I don't think that there has been a sufficient case that has been put forward to blanket cover over 1,000 households in that area. Or 5 significant homes that have been considered to be significant, and quite a number of other homes that are considered to be contributory. Those 5 homes that are considered to be significant and the contributors on their own do not represent, do not classify or would not warrant a heritage overlay for those properties. So what we've done is taken this blanket approach to catch everyone in a net, basically for 5 properties. And I would argue that we're doing this basically for less than 5 properties, which is why all this initiated, is in relation to Comus, 33 Comus something, Comus Grove. And I think, therefore, taking this approach where we catch all these other homes in this net, I don't think is an appropriate way to go. I think a more appropriate way to go is that where we reinforce the neighbourhood character statement for that particular estate, and that it would be a way of ensuring that the neighbourhood character, which everyone adheres to and acknowledges, that will be the best way to deal with this matter. Also, I would point out that people from a cold background have not been sufficiently consulted in relation to this matter. I find that highly concerning because we're dealing with people's homes and also the values of their homes. And for many of people from a coal background, that's the only asset that they have. So we have to be really, really considerate in dealing with this matter. So I've offered a way forward, and I think that this way forward will be a win-win both for protecting the neighbourhood character and also satisfying the community's desires. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Greco. So we've heard from Councillor Lawrence, Councillor Hannan, Councillor Newton, and Councillor Dimitriadis has reserved her right. Are there any further speakers? Councillor Rennie.
Mayor Messina, it's my belief that if we go to the Minister for Planning and ask them to extend the interim heritage controls, they'll laugh us out of their office. Because interim controls are put in place whilst councils work to put in place permanent heritage controls. That is the purpose of interim controls, is to stop the demolition of properties during the time it takes to prepare permanent controls. So if we at the same time abandon efforts to put in place heritage controls whilst asking for further interim controls, the Minister will laugh at us. And make no mistake.
I find that offensive that the Minister will laugh at us. This is actually a serious matter.
Thank you, Councillor. Can you just please perhaps change the words?
Well, I did say that was my belief, that we'd be laughed out of the office. Can I have a couple more seconds?
You can just one moment, stop the clock. Absolutely. You've got 1 minute and 20 further seconds. I'm sorry for the interjection.
Thank you, Mayor Messina. Make no mistake, without those interim controls, it's certainty that there will be houses that receive demolition permits on the 27th of April, and there will be significant demolition work that occurs. When people get concerned about development in their street, they are concerned because there are so few controls, including in areas where there are neighbourhood character studies. There are so few controls that actually stop those neighbourhoods from changing. And actually, when we look at areas that do have these type of controls we're talking about, like the Oak Hill estate, people like and use those controls to maintain the character of the neighbourhood in the way it is. And in fact, this council used those controls to reject a planning permit for a second story above a garage not so long ago. Heritage controls give councils powers that neighbourhood character studies don't give. There's been a huge amount of work, and I thank the staff for the extraordinary amount of work. I also thank community members who have participated. But in fact, I don't believe at this stage, with the investment that's been made, that we should be abandoning this at all. I think that would be, quite frankly, very irresponsible and would lead to a rash of demolitions. And a year from now, we'd have people complaining that inappropriate development was going on.
Point of order, Mayor. Sorry, that's a misrepresentation that it'll lead to a rush of demolitions when the amendment says that we're going to extend the interim heritage overlay.
That is an interpretation. Please continue. She's got 3 more seconds. Thank you.
Point of order, it's a mischaracterisation of the actual words there.
Can you please
So the amendment says that an interim heritage overlay will remain over the property, so there's no way that a demolition could occur.
Okay,
The amendment does not say that an interim heritage
That will
control will
request,
lay.
but
It
you've said that-
requests, but my whole point.
There's no debate about...
Well, sorry, she stood up to debate.
I've made a ruling. Please continue. We've got another 1 second.
I've finished.
Thank you. We've heard from Councillor Lawrence, Councillor Hannan, Councillor Newton, Councillor Rennie, and Councillor Dimitriadis. Reserved your right. Are there any further speakers? Councillor McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll see if I can get through without being interrupted. Here we go. I would just first of all foreshadow that I do have an alternative motion to the one that's listed that enables the community to get to panel, which is what I'm hearing. I'm hearing from people that actually want to have this considered. They want to have sustainability expertise, test out what council has put forward as the proposition, and my proposed amendment, and I thank Councillor Greco for his work in helping put that together, does in fact put forward a pathway for us to get this to panel, but also to bring in that sustainability expertise that I know many in our community would like to have at the table. So I foreshadow that if this does not succeed, that can be heard. Because it is important that voices are heard and we do not continue creating an environment of uncertainty. That's what I see here right now, is actually an enormous waste of money, time and effort by council, which I know ratepayers can't stand, and in many cases creates a level of uncertainty that I don't know how councillors could actually hold their hands up and say that they can be confident that this would occur. Because as Councillor Rennie has already pointed out, if council was to go to make the request to extend the interim heritage overlay controls, after council has abandoned the process that it's just undertaken, which does not have a procedural flaw, council is on the cusp of taking it to panel. Council has the opportunity to put forward sustainability expertise and to seek independent sustainability expertise. We would be a laughingstock. And frankly, what is proposed up here is a Frankenstein approach to what is otherwise should be an orderly approach. The fact of the matter is...
Point of order,
just change.
we're not making...
Stop the clock.
Here. And
Sorry.
I would stress we have abandoned
Stop.
the process before. Some people in this room.
Point of order. On what item, please? Because you need to go through the
Point of order. We heard a statement this is unprecedented. Actually,
What item,
check
please?
the
Please follow the
records.
governance rule. Tell us which item you're referring to.
4.1.10.
Which is?
10.1.5.
I don't think
all
so.
the rest of them. Colourful language, disrespectful, Frankenstein. Caricatures. It's not a comedy.
Just change
it's
that
a
word,
planning
please.
meeting.
To remove the word Frankenstein, Mayor, it's a mixed match of a couple of...
My
Please
point
sit
of order
down.
is also...
Please sit
it's not
down. That's an
unprecedented.
interpretation. Please sit down, Councillor Lawrence. I'm asking
The
you to please
record
sit
is
down.
there.
Please sit down, Councillor Lawrence.
We've abandoned heritage.
Please
values
sit
before.
down, Councillor Lawrence. Councillor McCarthy, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Council has abandoned heritage overlays, and I was devastated when this council did that, and we saw a rush in North Alphington of demolitions, and there were some 20-odd demolitions of historic heritage homes as a result. Let's not make that mistake again, councillors. We have a pathway forward, and we must actually validate the fact that residents have put time and energy into this process, and I would foreshadow that motion that enables us to get on with it.
Thank you, Councillor McCarthy. Councillor Dimitriadis.
Thank you, ma'am. My understanding is that this process began before I was a councillor in August 2018, when council consented to the demolition permit of 31 to 33 Comus Grove, and this led to a community campaign to protect the building. Various heritage assessments were undertaken by council, which found that this building on Comus Grove was not individually significant for heritage protection, but it could be as part of a precinct. In what appeared to be an unpopular council decision in providing the demolition permit, council then resolved at the 22nd of July 2019 meeting to request that the Minister for Planning apply an interim heritage overlay to the entire Heritage Park Estate precinct, while it prepared a proposal for permanent heritage overlay. While I recognise that heritage protections, when implemented appropriately, can safeguard against inappropriate developments and preserve locally significant features of our suburbs, this is not what's occurring here. Forcing a blanket heritage overlay over 1,052 dwellings in Thornbury is not an appropriate mechanism of achieving and maintaining the neighbourhood character of this precinct. For instance, many residents have expressed concern that the proposed overlay will prevent them from undertaking vital upgrades to their homes to deliver significant sustainability outcomes, such as upgrades to deliver passive homes and install solar panels, reducing cost of living pressures, improving amenity and lowering emissions. Given Darebin's proud declaration about the climate emergency, I'm disappointed that this proposed overlay is expected to make these sustainability upgrades incredibly difficult and costly for residents, if not impossible. This heritage overlay proposal gives very little consideration to sustainability outcomes. Residents will face undue barriers and costs to making important improvements to their properties, particularly in regards to environmental concerns.
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you. There's no right of reply because it's an amendment. So therefore, I'm putting this.
An alternate motion.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, it's been. There's no right of reply. So, councillors, what we're doing now is voting for this. All those in favour? That's Councillor Demetriadis, Councillor Greco, Councillor Lawrence. All those against? That's Councillor Hannan, Councillor McCarthy, Councillor Messina, Councillor Newton, Councillor Rennie that has been lost. Councillor McCarthy, you foreshadowed a motion, an alternate motion.
Thank you, Mayor. Officers should have that on. Available to be put on screen. And just to
this is the one you circulated earlier that you worked on with Councillor Greco?
This is the one I circulated earlier. Councillor Greco, I would acknowledge, first drafted it, got input from officers. I was happy to support that one, and I'm happy to propose it tonight.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Rennie. That's moved by Councillor McCarthy, seconded by Councillor Rennie. Would you like to speak to it?
Thank you so much, Mayor. And I also acknowledge Councillor Greco's initiative in working with officers in the original version of this. The only changes are a couple of minor grammatical things. What I would just highlight for councillors is that this enables council and the community to go to panel, along with those in favour and those against. We must remember that there are people that strongly support the introduction of a heritage overlay. There are those who oppose it, and there are those who oppose some elements of it. And I think it's worth noting that there is a spectrum of views in relation to how this is considered. One thing, though, which has come through, and I think it's a really important point which needs to be explored and certainly explored at panel, is how we can ensure that in the introduction of a heritage overlay, which is an obligation for council when it has information that comes to it that says an area has heritage significance, the Local Government Act says that we are obliged to consider that and give that our consideration. So that is one of our responsibilities as a council. But our responsibility also extends to how we go about ensuring that our community can continue to retrofit and modernise their homes in response to all the issues that we know in this council we are concerned about. And hence, there is the opportunity here, as per the motion listed councillors, to seek some expert advice going into that process, some independent advice in relation to sustainability, to also ask that the panel has an appropriately qualified sustainability expert as part of that. That is also within council's remit to make that request. And of course, to also put on the table council's very clear desire to see community members be able to achieve net zero outcomes where they see fit. And we've already heard from our officers this evening that is possible. What we don't want to see, I believe, as a council, is a rush of demolitions. And certainly we do not want to see a situation where people are basically placed with the fact that they have a heritage home and they are surrounded by properties that are being demolished. We have seen that in other parts of Darebin, and I recognise the efforts of residents in this area to do extraordinary work to not only maintain heritage properties, but also retrofit them for the future. So, councillors, I commend the work that's gone into this motion. It is not all mine. I would acknowledge Councillor Greco's initiative. I'd also acknowledge the work of our officers and their professional expertise, but I'd also like to acknowledge all of the people that have contributed to date. And if there is one thing that I think unites those who both oppose elements of the heritage overlay and those who support it, is that they would like to move towards a state of certainty. Panel achieves that because panel is where we take it out of the hands of council in terms of considering the detail elements. We have experts around the table, everyone gets to have their say, and it comes back to us, councillors, for our final consideration with recommendations. And council is obliged to take seriously and consider those recommendations. So councillors, I'd ask you to vote for this, to unite, to move forward with this and give the community the certainty that it deserves.
Thank you.
Can I have a question?
No, we've gone into debate. There's no questions.
We have Councillor Greco's original motion bolded. So I haven't seen this. I've just got it now. I have seen Councillor Greco's. I'd like to see where it's been altered.
I can, for Councillor Lawrence's benefit, the only changes, there's no changes to any of the points. It's simply where it says requests, it previously said request. So I'm just a stickler for correct phrasing. It's literally, there were some S's missing. There is no change to any of the words, Councillor Lawrence. It is simply a bit of a grammatical clean-up.
Why are you moving it? I don't understand.
That's okay, he's entitled to it. So it's moved by Councillor McCarthy, and it's seconded by Councillor Rennie. Yes, it was. Yes, Councillor Rennie.
I'll reserve, thanks.
Do we have any further speakers? Councillor Greco.
Thank you, Mayor Messina. And look, I'm glad that my amendment that I was going to propose tonight has been incorporated into this motion. And I'm glad that the Councillor McCarthy has actually indulged me in including these additional points. The additional points is that the planning panel must include somebody with expertise in sustainability, because that is the central issue here that we're dealing with. The issue of the heritage versus sustainability, particularly in light of this council making a strong declaration of climate emergency. So we really need to understand if there is a conflict, what that conflict is, and how that conflict will need to be resolved from a sustainability perspective. A lot of the residents that have made submissions over these 4 or 5 months, that is their primary concern. These are people that have bought into this area with a great commitment to sustainability, wanting to build passive homes of 9 stars or plus. And what the danger is here is that if the heritage blanket that is applied over that, those homes will not have the opportunity to actually achieve 9 stars. Actually, it's quite questionable too, that I've come to learn in these 5 or 6 months, whether they'll actually be able to achieve net zero emissions without using offsets for the whole of their home. That is still an open question to me. I haven't seen any evidence, I haven't seen any research that actually shows to me that they'll be able to achieve net zero without using offsets. So that is a threshold question, particularly for a council like ours that has strong sustainability.
Thank you, that's time, Councillor Greco. Councillor Greco, please excuse my ignorance. Did you actually, I know you spoke, but just for the purpose of clarity, are you for the amendment, for the...
I'm still thinking about it, Councillor Messina.
Okay, because you didn't actually say that. Thank you. Are there any further speakers? Councillor Dimitriadis.
Thank you, Mayor. So what I wanted to particularly mention is that according to the report, the majority of people have rejected the blanket parking heritage overlay of Thornbury Park Estate, despite Councillor McCarthy's comment that it was strong support of this.
Point of order, Mayor. Point of order. I was just quoted then.
What item number, please?
Sorry?
You need to
misrepresentation, Mayor.
Sorry, it's quote.
So, point of order, but...
Strongly support.
No, Councillor, no, I'm not referring to my comment.
Can you please?
I'll let it go, Mayor, because I can't get a word out without being interrupted.
Can we ask that we...
More like because I was correct.
Please, I don't think we need to enter into debate. Can we please respect individuals during this? Have respect for each other. Because it's clear to me that we need to take a step back at times. There's been multiple interjections, and I don't think there needs to be. It is, please. Now, where was I?
Just a point of clarification.
Councillor Greco, I haven't finished. You've interjected and I have not finished. Thank you. Please sit down. Thank you. Now, can we go back to where we were? We'd had, now I've lost my point. These interjections, physically, we've had a long day, long night. Now, where was I? Somebody please remind me, because I certainly am baffled.
Mayor, I'd raise the point of order.
You were at my point of order.
I was over. You didn't
I have
say
a point of order. And Mayor Messina, I would just like to ask that the chair not be biased, because I just noticed. I just noticed. If I may finish my point of order.
Please stop.
If I may finish my point.
No, you please stop.
I need to finish my point of order.
Stop. Please stop. Please take your seat and please stop.
And what about my point of order?
Please stop. Please stop. Thank you.
Well, Mayor Messina, I have a point of order.
No, actually, you didn't. You just said you biased. That's not subjective there. Please stop, Councillor Greco.
I have a point of order.
That is subjective. Sit down. Thank you.
Well, Mayor Messina, please do not be
Greco,
biased
sit down.
in the way that you treat Councillor Lawrence compared to Councillor
Greco,
McCarthy.
Please sit down.
You are biased, Councillor
Councillor Greco, please sit down. Please retract that statement.
No, I will not retract it because
okay,
you
we're
were
going to have
biased.
a 10-minute break. It's 7:50. We're coming back at 8 o'clock. Thank you. Please stop the streaming. I'm reopening the meeting, councillors. Can I ask the live stream to commence? We're going back to Councillor Dimitriadis. She was speaking. I don't know the time that was already allotted on the clock. Do I have any confirmation? Could you let's start at a minute and a half. Will you be happy with a minute and a half, councillor?
Sure, I don't think.
Thank you. So let's put the clock on a minute and a half. Thank you.
Thanks. So what I was saying is that the majority of people, according to the report, are not in alliance with Council's position on this matter. This approach is an unprecedented one for Darebin, and it's not supportive of residents wanting to take action to support the climate emergency by building state-of-the-art emission-free homes. Another concern is the impact of flooding in the area. Major upgrades or redevelopment may in some cases be required to address water damage and mould, which can have very serious health consequences and may not be permitted to take necessary delay or take necessary delays to rectify if this proposed blanket heritage overlay of over 1,052 properties in Thornbury is passed. I'm particularly disappointed that a blanket overlay is even being considered, particularly after the blanket 2-hour parking debacle that occurred in Darebin last term, when, when will this council ever learn? The blanket solution is not an answer to problems. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dimitriadis. We've heard from Councillor McCarthy, Councillor Greco, Councillor Dimitriadis. Are there any further speakers?
Yes, I've got a minor amendment. Mayor,
have you circulated that? Have you scribed that?
It's just being added in by officers. While we're having the break, I took the opportunity to talk with planning officers about it.
Thank you, Councillor Lawrence. We'll wait for that. Have they got it for the screen? Thank you. What are the changes?
They're in bold through you, Madam.
The word requests?
On point 6, in brackets, CSIRO and Green Building Council.
Before we accept that, before I go to the mover and the seconder, that is significant. Can I just ask for some advice about that? And does Sustainability Victoria, CSIRO and Green Building Council provide advice to the officers? Ms. Olivier?
Through you, Mayor. If Council were to adopt that, we would ask the consultant to seek feedback from those 3 organisations. Generally, we would think there's a high chance that they would provide feedback, although we wouldn't be able to confirm that until that happened.
So my question now is that acceptable to the mover, Councillor McCarthy and Councillor Rennie? Seconder, Councillor Rennie. Councillor McArthur. McCarthy. Sorry.
That's all right.
I've been at it since 7 o'clock this morning after 11 o'clock last night. I'm sorry.
Mayor, if I'm correct in understanding, there was not an objection from our officers to the possibility of seeking that advice. On that basis, I'm happy to accept that.
Happy to accept.
Mary, I've got a question as well. I just wanted to know why it's in brackets and not considered, why it's kind of an...
I think it just means overall. That's the way I read that. Does it really...
It's 3 different organisations.
It should have comments, let them sort it out, we don't need to.
It doesn't change.
That's how it's going to pass, with brackets, which means they might not be included, when that is the amendment to include them in.
I don't think that means that at all. I think
that's just generally what brackets mean.
That's an interpretation. Ms Olivier, please.
I would suggest replacing both the brackets with commas. I think that is the intent of the councillor.
I don't think that meant or, yeah, okay, thank you. So does that move acceptable to Councillor McCarthy and Councillor Rennie? Thank you. Would you like to speak to that?
I'd like to speak to the motion.
Sorry. So that amendment has now been made, so there's no need to debate the changes.
No.
So council.
I thought Councillor
now-
Lawrence
yeah.
was going to speak to it
On the
because he hasn't spoken to it.
substantive, yeah.
Yes.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Messina. Look, I think it's been good that we've gone through a range of options and we've debated them and we've resolved them in this chamber about stepping forward. We haven't rushed forward, we're given due consideration. This last amendment was put in after my conversations with people in the gallery tonight about who are the leading people on green building adaptations and on zero emission buildings, because we don't just want some consultant who talks about 6 stars. We want someone in there that will fight for innovative change in the area and make sure that these climate change heroes don't leave our area, aren't restricted, and that we get an amendment that actually lets real change happen here in Darebin. I'm not going to rehash earlier debates about the blanket nature of this proposal. I think I've made it clear I don't agree with it. I think it will put costs on people who own cheaper 60s flats. It isn't just the building fee. You've got to get a drafting thing just to put an extra veranda on or an extra balcony on. So I think there are going to be extra costs for those people in low-cost housing who are homeowners, usually these days, in those 60s flats. So that's been debated, that's been finished. What hadn't been finished before Councillor Greco intervened with these amendments earlier this week, and the input of our gallery, is how we help those people at the edge of change who want to do climate change action here and now. And I think we're getting closer to that. So that's why I'm going to support this motion, even though the blanket approach I think is unwise to put up. But at least we'll start the debate, and we've met some of the objections that have come from our community in this pocket of Thornbury.
Thank you, Councillor Lawrence. Heard from Councillor... sorry, I thought you were putting your hand up. So, Councillor Newton, would you like to say?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Messina. So I'm speaking in support of this amendment. I think Councillor Greco put forward some of these suggestions to add to the officer's recommendation. I think it's now really strong. But I do want to comment, we've heard a lot about a blanket approach, which you would take to mean covering or encompassing everything. That's not the case for this. I know that if anyone has had a close look at the report, there's really significant detail about why 72% of the properties are considered contributory or significant. It's not a blanket approach if not 1,052 properties.
Point of order, Mayor, sorry. Just a point of clarification.
Number?
10.1H, misrepresentation.
Based on what exactly?
So Councillor Newton mentioned that it's not going to affect all the properties in the area. We just asked a question.
Just one moment. Can you please just change that statement?
Statement.
That's not affecting all the properties in the area. Blanket statement.
So it's 72% that are contributory.
Yes, but all of them have to apply for permits. The
Councillor Dimitriadis, all you need to do is state it. You've stated it. Now I'm going back to Councillor. If you could take a seat, I'm going back to Councillor Newton. I've asked her to reframe that. That's all that's required based on a point of order. It's not a debate.
Thank you. So it's 72% of the properties that are contributory. So my view is that that is not a blanket approach. The other thing I wanted to point out, which I did in the last amendment as well, is that point 5 is now refers all submissions to the amendment C191 DARE to the panel to be
Point
appointed.
of order, Mayor.
Stop the clock.
Stop the clock, and can you please state what item number?
10.1H, misrepresentation. We've just received an email that officers have stated that there's only 15 new submissions in total, but actually there's 20 new objections.
Okay, that's 5. I don't think that's subjective. Please
She
continue.
said, what she said was that all of them were in there. That's 5 that aren't.
So
that's just because there's. Please continue. 5.
Yes. So I can read off the screen if you would like, Councillor Dimitriadis.
Can we just get to the debate
Right.
and please be
Yes.
friendly and be professional in this chamber? I'm not going to stop the clock.
Yep.
There are a number of councillors who are being rude, offensive, and is unbefitting of this chamber. Can we please be respectful to each other? You are leaders of the community. Thank you. Start the clock.
So, as it says on the screen, point 5 refers all submissions to Amendment C191 DARE to the panel to be appointed by the Minister for Planning for its independent consideration. The reason I bring that up is because that means that all submissions for and against will be submitted to the panel for its independent consideration. So they're going to see all of the submissions for and against, so they can make their decision, which is why I think it's going to be great to put this forward and see what the panel says. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Newton. Do we have any further speakers? Councillor Dimitriadis, you've
Mayor,
already
I'd like
spoken.
to make foreshadow an amendment. I'm doing an amendment. So just in regards, I just want clarification first from the officers that all written submissions will include the 20 new objections that were submitted yesterday.
Okay, so what you're asking basically
So,
is just...
I mean, that can go
just one moment. I'll go over to Ms Olivier. Chat, yep. So basically what you're wanting to do is just to ensure that all submissions are...
Yeah.
Yep. And I think that's generally what the approach would be. The fact that you're flagging that, you just want some clarification in relation to that.
Thank you for the question, through you, Mayor. To be absolutely clear, the motion could include an addition at point 2, so that it reads, endorses the response to submissions as outlined in this report and attached at Appendix A and Appendix H.
Appendix A and Appendix H.
Correct.
Is that acceptable?
And that way it is absolutely
Okay, that incorporates all of that. Okay.
all submissions.
Yep. Is that acceptable to the mover and the seconder? Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Dimitriadis. Are there any further speakers? Have a right of reply. Thank you.
I'm pleased to support this motion tonight. I understand that there is concern in the community about the council pursuing a heritage overlay on the area. I think it's important to understand that tonight council is not imposing a heritage overlay. Tonight council is voting to refer all submissions received and the work done to date to the planning panel so that they can make a determination, looking at the evidence provided to them, but also listening to community members who wish to make a submission to that process. And I very much encourage community members to engage in the process with planning panel. I've read with interest submissions from community members who feel that their property has incorrectly been described as contributory. And in some cases, I have to say, I've Googled their properties, I've had a look, and I might be inclined to agree. The fact is, I'm not an expertise in heritage, and it would therefore be wrong for me to make a determination. But the planning panel does contain those experts, and I strongly encourage community members to go and make that argument to the planning panel if they feel that their property has incorrectly been described as contributory. And I've no doubt that the planning panel, with their expertise in this area, will seriously consider those. But 20 years from now, when this area continues to look as beautiful, as uniform, and as desirable as it does today, it will be a heritage overlay that we can be thankful for. And when we drive through the Oak Hill Estate, for example, and see the heritage preserved and the beauty of those streets and the houses, that has been protected by virtue of a heritage overlay. And that is what this does. It is not a blanket refusal for demolition permits. It simply provides a mechanism which means that council can ensure that development, if it occurs in a very thoughtful way which is respectful of heritage.
Thank you, Councillor Rennie. I'll put that item to the vote. All those in favour? That is supported by Councillor Hannan, Councillor McCarthy, Councillor Rennie, Councillor Newton, Councillor Messina and Councillor Lawrence. All those against? Councillor Greco and Councillor Dimitriadis, you're abstaining? Thank you, noted. Thank you. Thank you to the members of the community that have been in here today. I'm sorry for the delay. Thank you for your attendance, and this will now go to the panel. Thank you. No. Thank you very much.
You can interject.
The next report we have to consider is item number 8.1, the draft budget 2022-2023, draft revenue and rating plan, the draft rates financial hardship policy and the notice of intent to declare a special charge for Reservoir Village Business Precinct, a public waste collection service rate, curbside waste collection service charge and associated concessions.
Mayor Messina, could I ask if we could have a break?
Certainly. I'm also mindful that we need to really, you can have a break. Actually, can I ask councillors if they want a break? All those in favour?
We're running out of time.
We're going to run out of time. So, Councillor Lawrence, if you want to take a break, you're able to leave the chamber. But we're going to run out of time to go through the agenda. So, councillors, I know that we've had significant debate and significant questions in some of these items in December and right through the budget process, so I'll be limiting questions to the officers, noting that Ms Watson is not here. So are there any questions that we have not addressed?
Ma'am,
sorry, are there any questions?
I don't feel very comfortable sharing my medical issues where people have asked me to demand why I'm having a break.
I'm sorry, I don't think we need that, Councillor Lawrence. Do we have any questions to the officers in relation to questions that we've not heard before? Councillors, do I have a motion? Councillor Rennie.
Thank you, Mayor Messina. I'd like to move the officer's recommendation as per the agenda.
Thank you. Do we have a seconder? Second by Councillor McCarthy. Thank you. Would you like to speak to?
Thank you, Mayor Messina. And tonight I'm going to primarily speak to the process that Council has been through in arriving at this point where we are adopting a draft budget. And I'm hoping that other councillors will speak more to the content of the budget. So every year, Council undertakes an exhaustive process of considering the financial state of Council, our revenue, our expenditure, looking at long-term financial predictions and making an assessment of how we can best use the money that we collect from our community and other sources to deliver infrastructure and services for our community. This process takes months and days of time, and I'd particularly like to acknowledge the very significant and extraordinary work of council staff who devote so much time to answering our questions and to doing financial modelling that enables us to be confident tonight that the budget before us is sound and fiscally responsible and will deliver services to our community that they very much need. Part of this has been consideration of a separate waste charge, which is absolutely essential to the future financial viability of this council. And just today I was speaking with colleagues from Banyule who are now, I think, among the last 5 councils in Victoria to have not done this and are actually looking at doing it themselves. I'm aware that there are a number of amendments that are going to be proposed tonight, and I'll state right up front, it's my intention to vote against every amendment that is put up tonight. And the reason for that
Point of order, Mayor. Just in regards to process, is a councillor allowed to make a determined decision before an amendment, before hearing the debate?
She's foreshadowing her right to which way she's going to vote, but I do agree with you. Can you just change the wording of that, Councillor Rennie?
I believe it is irresponsible, after spending months and days of everyone's time developing a draft budget such as this, to be putting amendments at this point in time. For that reason, I won't be supporting such amendments because there is a better process for changes at this point in time, which is that the next step in this process is that the draft budget goes on community exhibition, which means we put it out to be scrutinised by all members of our community, and we invite their feedback and their submissions. And as a result of that feedback and those submissions, we may well determine that we don't have the balance quite right. What we will have to do at that point in time, particularly given how tight the financial situation is this year, is that should we decide to add additional items to the budget, we will have to decide what to cut or what to spend less on. And that, I think, is a really important message for community members. I hope they will look at the budget, that they will see what we're trying to achieve in the infrastructure and services we're hoping to deliver for the community. And I hope that if they provide us with feedback, they'll also include in that feedback some thoughts about any areas where we could save or spend less. So I commend this draft budget to you, and I invite submissions, particularly from our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rennie. Councillor McCarthy, would you like to speak?
I'll reserve my right, Mayor.
Do we have any further speakers? Councillor Lawrence.
I've got a small amendment to move.
Sure.
It's been circulated last night while we were here, briefly. It's a rewording of one that was submitted prior, and so I've had feedback and then redrafted it.
Could you speak into the microphone, please?
Yep.
Thank you, Councillor Lawrence.
So that was the redrafted version I sent last night from this place, while there was meetings going on in other rooms.
Yeah, we just, you're not speaking to it. I just want to confirm that that is your amendment. I'm not asking for you to speak to it, Councillor Lawrence. I need a seconder first. And it, first of all, actually needs to be acceptable to the mover and the seconder.
No.
Okay, thank you. Before you do that, I just want to confirm, is that your...
Yes, that's correct.
It's not acceptable to the mover. Therefore, I need a seconder.
Can you, I think you need some governance advice on this amendment.
Okay, thank you.
So, Mayor, and Councillor Lawrence,
Because we already debated it.
I know that you were working today, but I did reply. The governance rules...
it was debated in December in terms of the...
So the governance rules specify at clause 3.3 the chairperson's duties and discretions. The chairperson has the following duties. The chairperson must not accept any motion or amendment which is determined by the chairperson to be, and there are a list of items, but the one that is relevant here is 1F, the same as or similar intent to a notice of motion or other motion, including lost and lapsed motions, that has been considered by council in the preceding 6 months, unless the majority of the whole council consents to it being accepted and debated. So my advice would be, it's not appropriate to ask the mover and the seconder whether it's acceptable.
You're right, you're correct.
My advice would be that you seek the consent of the council to admit this as a motion or an amendment. If it's not acceptable by majority, just to be considered, then it can't be tabled.
Thank you. So can we have a vote on this particular amendment? All those in favour?
Sorry, can I just...
Sorry, can we have some proper wording? A vote to admit it, not...
A vote to admit this amendment by the council.
Ask a question just in regards to that. Is that it can't be admitted as an... Like, can it still be admitted as an amendment but not as a notice of motion?
No.
So what you can't accept a motion or an amendment that has been the same or similar in intent to something that has been considered in the last 6 months.
That's correct.
So it does say amendment in there as
amendment and motion.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can I, with all due respect, can I have the paragraph in Councillor Greco's motion put on the screen, because I took great care to draft something very different to his motion?
I think the advice has already been provided by
that was circulated today, Councillor, and in detail, the team don't have the previous resolutions on screen.
Well,
what I can say
I'm very concerned if they don't compare the paragraph for Councillor Greco to that exact words, then they're being misled in this chamber to be told that it's similar or the same.
Well, it still goes back. It still goes back to the intent of item number 3.3, item F, and it does not comply based on that. So, Councillor
No,
Lawrence?
it's to do with the similarity with a dot point in a previous motion.
No, from my understanding is that item 3.3F is the same as or similar in the intent to a notice of motion or other motion.
That's why I took the time to read the paragraph that's allegedly the same and draft it differently. So why do I bother?
Just one moment.
If I might,
why do I
Councillor,
bother
through you,
writing
Mayor,
for 30 years?
I took the time to go through each of the motions that were moved. There were 4 or 5 actually in November, and then there was a rescission motion. The intent of several of those, they varied slightly, but at a minimum, the intent of the motion that was the subject of the rescission that was heard in December was that Council not proceed with a separate waste charge. My advice to Council is that the intent of this amendment is that Council proceed with the budget without the waste charge. So it is on that basis that I provide you with the advice that the only way that this amendment can be admitted is through the provisions in the governance rules, that it be put to a majority, not voted on its merit.
Then why do we just consider my motion on the previous planning? See, the logic of this selectiveness,
you've already been
logic of
advised.
this is to extinguish democracy because you remove options on the floor.
Councillor, stop. You've already been given the office. You've already been given the advice. It's been circulated once before. She's addressed it more than
why
once.
Why that ruling applied to the motion to abandon an amendment?
Because it complies with item number 3.3.
Again, the selectivity.
So
You've already received the advice. Let's continue.
I'm happy to address that. A motion to abandon the heritage controls for Thornbury has not been put in the last 6 months. So that's
again, I've addressed the similarity issue. The issue was the opposing view to a motion.
So, Councillor, I just want to be absolutely clear. I don't have an agenda here. I have a governance rule. Independently, I'm to provide Council with frank and fearless advice about the use of that governance rule. Council can decide to consider this amendment if they want to, if you have the support of the majority of the Council.
Okay, councillors, based on that, do we have the support of the majority of this amendment from this council? All those in favour?
I have a point of order, Mayor Messina.
Based on what,
The
councillor?
point of order is in relation to 10.1(1)(a), contrary to meeting rules. And what the point of order is this. I think there is a bit of a confusion in relation to the previous motion that was passed, or that was put to this motion.
Okay, that's subjective.
As
the chair, I believe that's
Can I finish,
subjective.
Member Sino, or-
You've already stated which one that is, Councillor Greco. I'm not ruling on that. Let's continue with this particular debate. I'm going to put this amendment. Please sit down, Councillor Greco.
Member Sino,
Sit down, Councillor Greco. I've addressed it. Sit down, please, Councillor Greco. It's a misinterpretation.
I've made a point of order.
It's your... Sit down, Councillor Greco.
You haven't even heard my point of order, Member Sino.
I did actually. Sit down, Councillor Greco.
Member Sino, you haven't heard my point of order.
Can the chamber hear the point of order?
Member Sino, you haven't even heard my point of order. I mean, if you want to gag me, Member Sino, go ahead and gag me.
Please.
You haven't heard my point of order.
Change your words.
You haven't heard my point of order, Member Sino.
Please change your words.
Member Sino, you're not listening.
Please change your words,
I will change
Councillor
my
Greco.
words. I will change my words. Member
Thank you.
Sino, I have not even put yet my point of order of what that means. And you've immediately shut me down.
You stated the item.
Okay, and my point of order is this, Member Sino, is that
Stated the item. I heard what I heard what was said, and is subjective based on what was said. Now,
Member
please
Sino,
take a seat.
I haven't even.
You
I
said
haven't
it
even
was
finished my
10.1I.
my statement.
Contrary to
I just
meeting
finished my
rules.
statement.
It is subjective.
So, Member Sino, I haven't even finished yet I haven't even
Councillor,
got to the
please sit
punchline
down.
of what I'm...
Councillor, please sit down. Thank you.
Member Sino, could I finish my point of order or not?
No, she's asked you to sit down.
Yeah.
I asked you to sit down.
Don't look at me like that, Councillor Rennie.
Please, Councillor Greco, sit down.
Member Sino, could I finish my point of order?
No. Councillor, sit
This is
down.
absurd, Member Sino. You're
Please sit
gagging.
down.
You're gagging.
Don't
me
use that.
for
Don't use that.
order point.
I'm happy to address and ask for a procedural motion to have you removed from the chamber. Thank you. Now, we're going to go back to the advice that was given by the CEO the majority in relation to allowing for this amendment to be addressed by this chamber. All those in favour? That's Councillor Williams, Councillor Demetriadis, Councillor Greco, Councillor... Are you saying anything under your breath, Councillor?
Can you speak?
No, I'm not actually speaking to you. I'm actually speaking to Councillor Lawrence. I thought I heard something. Thank you. Councillor Lawrence. All those against? Councillor Hannan, Councillor McCarthy, Councillor Messina, Councillor Rennie, Councillor Newton. That has been lost. We go back to the item number 8.1, which was moved by Councillor Rennie, second by Councillor McCarthy. Do we have any further speakers?
No.
Councillor Greco.
Messina, I have an amendment that I'd like to put, please.
Thank you.
And the amendment should appear on the screen.
Just like before, I will seek governance advice.
Mayor, can I just double check that there's more to this resolution? Yep, so it's got the rest of it included. Yep. So if we can go back to the first page. Mayor, this was circulated yesterday and there's no concern in terms of a similar motion being heard in the last 6 months.
Thank you very much for that clarification.
Oh, sorry. I was just saying this was circulated yesterday, Councillor Greco, if I'm right?
Yes.
Yeah, and there's no concern that these matters have been considered by Council in the last 6 months. So I don't believe that the governance item that I just spoke to previously applies here. So it's open to Council to consider it.
Thank you. So this is an amendment put forward by Councillor Greco. Can I just first of all confirm that that is your amendment, Councillor Greco? There are 2 pages. 3 pages? Apologies. I'll wait for Councillor Greco's confirmation and then I'll ask for
From what I could see from here, yes, it's...
Okay. Obviously, it's not...
No.
Okay. I need a seconder. Thank you, Councillor Demetriadis. Councillor Greco.
Before I speak to this, I'd just like to ask a question in relation to my amendment.
Is it for clarification? I thought you would have had time to already ask that to the officers, so I'm not going to allow it. You've already had time. This is your amendment.
Not to the original motion, because this is an amendment.
You would have asked for advice previously, did you not, Councillor Greco?
Yeah. But I just needed...
It's your amendment. I just don't understand why you need to ask.
Thank you, Member Sid. I'll just continue on. If I'm going to have...
Councillor Greco, would you like to speak to it?
I'll just continue on, Member
Thank you.
If you're going to keep gagging me, I'll just...
No, you circulated this.
Member Senator, can I please continue? My
No,
time
now, stop the clock. Councillor Greco, please don't turn your back on me. Face the chamber and please speak to your amendment. You've circulated this, you've sought advice. There's no room, we've entered into debate. You don't need clarification. We've had many, many months of briefings and you've asked questions. I will not allow any delay tactics. Please continue, Councillor Greco.
Thank you.
Councillor Lawrence, don't even. Continue,
That's
Councillor Greco.
repugnant.
Please, Councillor Greco, please speak to your amendment.
Thank you, Mayor Messina. This amendment that I'm putting 4 additional items. The first one relates to increasing the concession to have a no net increase in relation to the waste charge, to increase it from $500,000 to $850,000 or less. That is, people that have properties under $850,000 will not be impacted by the unfair and inequitable net increase, the waste charge. And the advice that we've received from Ms. Watson says that the impact of this will have no impact on the carries. Where is it? The increase. Anyway, in the advice that we got, it said that there will be no impact in relation to this change. In relation to Part B, is that I just want to make it absolutely clear that that in the preparatory design work for the Reservoir Leisure Centre, that we specifically getting work done in regards to looking at a 50-metre pool. We need to be explicit about that because this budget in all its documentation is not explicit about that. And the third point is that given the cost of living pressures on the community, which is a national debate at the moment, is that we need to freeze the concessions and on fees and charges of council so that they remain at this year's level and that they do not increase for next year, particularly affecting people from with low income. And the third point is that, and it's a critical point here, and I hope that councillors understand this point, is increasing the pensioner rebate from 150 to 200, but more importantly, converting the rebate to a concession. Why converting the rebate to a concession? Because converting the rebate to a concession, if councillors had the time to read the advice, is that it does not put extra pressure on the budget. It actually saves about $1.4 million off the budget because the $1.4 million will be covered by all ratepayers. So this is a way of those who have capacity to pay, the majority of ratepayers actually kick in to help those who do not have a capacity to pay, which are predominantly pensioners. So this is an innovative way of looking at the rebate, and that gives us the opportunity to increase the rebate from 150 to 200 because it hasn't been increased for the last 7 or 8 years. So they're the 4 amendments that I'm putting. They're reasonable amendments and that they have very little, if any, impact on the budget.
Thank you, Councillor Greco. Councillor Dimitriadis.
I'll reserve my right. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Are there any further speakers? Councillor Hannan.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to say I'm sorry I can't support this amendment. There are some, there's a lot there, and it's come quite late in the budget development process. Some of these things may have merit, but the fact of the matter is there's a mix of things that have not been modelled. Well, in some cases, they either require modelling because they are substantive and complex when you're looking at the rates, the rating structure. Some cases would require legal advice, which there's been no time to gain such advice. In some cases, they commit us to a path that has not been decided, issues that are coming for decision. So it's preemptive. The intent of these, some of those I may have in principle agreement with. However, in terms of my responsibility and all council's responsibility for the long-term financial strength of the council, I can't support these kind of quite significant structural changes without having time for considered advice, both financial and legal, about the implications. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hannan. Are there any further speakers? Councillor Williams.
Yes, thank you. I believe that residents and traders are trying to recover from the biggest economic slump since the Great Depression. Households with concession cards will be disadvantaged the most, and I feel that they should not be disadvantaged. We need to consider freezing concession fees and charges at a time that we are going through a devastating health pandemic and thousands of people have lost their jobs. Where bills are increasing and food's increasing, it's making it more and more difficult for pensioners that will no doubt will impact on their mental and physical well-being. On another note, I'll also pick up on the future benefits and opportunities of redeveloping the Reservoir Leisure Centre to include inclusive of a 50-metre pool, to be included in the future design, scope and concept plans for the Reservoir Leisure Centre rebuilding project. This will deliver to residents in the northern part of our city and provide them with access to quality infrastructure like other parts of Darebin. Community residents that use the Reservoir Leisure Centre deserves the same opportunities as Northcote Aquatic and Recreation Centre in having a 50-metre pool. This will contribute towards the health and wellbeing of people in the north and help address social economic disadvantage in the north end of our city. It will also benefit schools to continue all-round events like swimming carnivals and swimming squads. It's a no-brainer with the growing population and the growing expectation of our diverse community in Reservoir that we need to explore and keep all our options open.
Thank you, Councillor Williams. Are there any further speakers?
I've got a question.
We're entering debate. There's no questions. So you either speak to the amendment or there's no questions once we enter into debate.
We
So,
see both.
yes, sure. Can we go back to the first page, second page and third page? Second page. And third page. I believe this was also circulated earlier on yesterday, I think. Councillor Lawrence, are you going to speak to the amendment?
Can we have this broken up? It seems to be a lot to be voting in one go.
I believe it was circulated to you yesterday. So do you have not by email?
I seem to have 14-hour days at the moment, not least taken up by...
Councillor Lawrence, are you able to get into your email?
No.
Okay, so can we...
I start at 8 and we finished at 11.
Yep.
And the office...
We all have long hours too. Can we go back to page
like
one, please?
Can I speak to the amendment? And
I thought you wanted to see the amendment. I'm confused.
yeah, then I'll speak to the amendment.
Do you want to speak to the amendment or see the amendment?
Well...
Speak, thank you.
Yeah. And if you speak to the
Can
amendment...
you please stand and speak to the amendment? Thank you, Councillor Lawrence, and you have 2 minutes on the clock. Can you put the clock on, please? Thank you.
Yes, I'm happy to support this amendment. I hope we're going to get a chance to talk to the substantive as well later, but because this picks up a lot of ideas that were put forward by various councillors over the last, year and a half really, in terms of reaching out to members of our community who are feeling real living cost pressures. And now, with the kind of, in some ways, mirage recovery, the false recovery, we're actually finding that people are still having financial, emotional impacts from 2 years of lockdown, because you don't replace the lost opportunities and the lost income that quickly. And the cost of living pressures, I'm not sure that was funny, but anyway, the cost of living pressures, we know, is now skyrocketing because of issues like petrol prices and other rent prices going up. So in some ways, these ideas that have been put forward to council, and often rejected by many councillors, I understand, are even more important to revisit and with an open mind, to think about how our budget addresses cost of living pressures and addresses social inequality at this point in time. So I commend Councillor Greco on that. And I would note that when we make measures that are pro-business and cost 15 million over 10 years, we don't blink. But when we start to talk about addressing relief to pensioners, we often suddenly say we can't afford it. So why can we afford relief for billionaires, but we can't afford relief for...
That's time, Councillor Lawrence. Thank you. Do we have any further speakers? Councillor Dimitriadis, you have a right of reply. Sorry, you reserved your right. There's no right of reply because it's an amendment. Sorry.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm rising in support of Councillor Greco's amendment. This financial year has been a difficult year for many residents, as we know. The coronavirus pandemic has disrupted and impacted our lives in unprecedented ways, with many Darebin residents, family pensioners and businesses experiencing financial hardship. In response to Councillor Hannan's statement that he can't support this amendment, basically that means that this council can't support vulnerable members of our community.
Can you please, I find that offensive. Can you please retract that last statement?
There was no point of order, Mayor.
Can you please retract the
Sure. So
Thank you.
this amendment supports vulnerable members of our community. And those councillors who think otherwise really need to reflect on what's been said in this amendment. And going on about requiring legal advice for this particular amendment, I find that really frustrating that it's actually that particular statement has been used repeatedly in just to pursue an agenda. So I don't think.
Can you please retract that, because I believe, and I'm going to stop you there, we did seek advice, and can I go to Ms Wilkinson in relation to the waste charge in terms.
Sorry, this has nothing to do with the waste charge. That's why we don't need legal advice for this particular amendment that was stated. There's no waste charge in this amendment.
There was some. Which one were you referring to? I need to draw some light on which item.
Councillor Hannan and various other people have mentioned that we need to get legal advice, in particular about this amendment.
I'm going to go over to the CEO for some clarification in relation to that.
Through you, Mayor, I really don't want to enter debate. But
No, I'm
what
not
I can
asking you to.
say is that the advice that was provided by Ms Watson in relation to this amendment was very clear that we hadn't checked it legally, and whenever there is a change to the rate base, a proposed change to the way we construct rates, it is good practice, because it's quite a complex thing, to get legal advice.
Thank you.
I don't believe this is a...
I accept that. I'm going to give you a few more minutes, so we go back
This particular amendment is not about changing the rate base, it's about increasing the pensioner rebate, which is what has been mentioned by previous amendments. So that particular, that's what it clearly says. Sorry, Mayor, I don't understand why you're looking at me funny. I find that quite offensive.
I'll retract that, Councillor Dimitriadis. Yes, I will apologise for that look, because I was confused about what that statement, but continue.
So basically, just to clarify, it's about increasing the pensioner rebate. It does not require legal advice. It's been assessed previously in, I believe, another term. So going back to my point, the statement that we require legal advice on certain matters is just a distraction and a fearful tactic to actually get these amendments to be supported. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Do we have any further speakers? We put this amendment to the vote. There's no right of reply. It's an amendment.
If I may,
it's an amendment.
If I can ask that my amendment be voted. The 4 points be voted for separately.
I'm going to ask.
Councillor Rennie, you don't have to sort of shake your head and provide instructions to the.
No, she's not providing me instructions. I'm the chair and I make those decisions. Yeah.
So just in terms of what the governance rules state, where a motion contains two or more parts, a councillor may request before a vote is taken that the chairperson put each motion to the vote separately. The chairperson may grant or refuse such a request at their discretion. This does not require a council resolution. Similarly, the chairperson may decide to put any motion to the vote in separate parts of their own volition.
So I'm going to go page by page. I'm happy to address that. So I'm going to go to page number 1, and I'm going to ask councillors to vote on item, just to look at what you've suggested, Councillor Greco. So let's all vote. Councillor Greco.
If I may, I didn't ask page by page. I said just the 4 points that I put forward as an amendment. If we can vote on them separately, just those 4 points. I'm not going by page, just those 4 points.
How many pages is this amendment? This page 3. Well, I'm actually going to go, I've actually decided as the chair to go through page by page. So please take a seat.
But Member Senator, we're discussing the amendment. We're not discussing the whole motion at the moment. That's my understanding.
We go to page number 2, page number 3, please.
It's the amendment that we're discussing.
Well, then I'm happy just to vote on item number on that particular page. We just go through to that. So all those in favour of this amendment based on page 16, I'll go back to page 15. I don't think we need to.
I think there's a bit of a confusion here.
We don't need to actually, Councillor Greco. We're going to vote on the amendment.
It's my amendment, which is 4
I'm actually
points.
rejecting it. Please take a seat. We're going to go through the whole amendment. Councillor Greco, I've made my ruling. Can we go back?
Correct your ruling. It's confusing, Mayor Messina, your ruling.
No, well, I was going to go page by page. You didn't want to, so I'm going through the whole amendment. All those in favour of this amendment, please. That's Councillor Williams, Councillor Dimitriadis, Councillor Lawrence, Councillor Greco. All those against? Councillor Hannan, Councillor McCarthy, Councillor Rennie, Councillor Newton, Councillor Messina, that amendment's
Mayor,
been
I
lost.
have an amendment.
Oh, no, we've got to finish, it needs to be finished because there are amendments on the other pages.
No, we've done it as a whole.
Oh, you did it.
Yes, I changed it.
So
I made the
you
ruling.
flipped your decision.
Yes, I did. Can we go back to Councillor
Yes,
Dimitriadis?
I have an amendment that I circulated earlier today.
Thank you.
Actually, Mayor, can we seek an extension of 30 minutes?
Sure.
It's 8:51, just a procedural.
Mayor, I'd like to move a continuance to continue for half an hour.
Second by Councillor Williams. All those in favour? So sorry, hands up please. Councillor Hannan, Councillor Williams, Councillor McCarthy, Councillor Dimitriadis, Messina, Newton and Rennie. All those against? All those abstaining? You're abstaining?
I'm saving my energy.
Councillor, are you creating humour in this chamber, which is really unprofessional?
I'm trying to lighten your mood.
Well, can we please continue? We're running out of time, and this chamber is not a place for humour. Thank you, Councillor.
It has been in the past.
Councillor Greco, are you abstaining?
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Lawrence. Councillor Dimitriadis.
Could my amendment be on the screen? Oh, I think it is, yes. So it's Amendment 2A. So this amendment, so you need a seconder. Oh, yeah. Yeah, sorry.
I just want to confirm. I want to confirm that this is your actual amendment, Councillor Dimitriadis, first.
That's correct.
Do we have a seconder? Okay. Is it acceptable?
Yes.
Sorry. Is it acceptable to the mover and the seconder?
No.
No. Okay. Councillor Dimitriadis, I need a seconder. Seconded by Councillor Lawrence. Councillor Lawrence, can I just confirm that you said yes?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you.
Can you please go back to the page, because I'm still reading the first one.
Yeah, that's it.
That's it, Councillor.
Yeah, it was
2A, B, C.
Yeah, there was a second page. I wanted to see the first page. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Dimitriadis.
Thank you. I'm putting this amendment up because unfortunately this budget does not adequately support safety improvements to community sporting venues that are urgently required in the South East Ward. The sporting clubs that utilise these sporting venues listed in my amendment have for a long time requested these minor safety improvements to the grounds they utilise, but unfortunately Council has not adequately supported them. Our community requires female-friendly facilities at John Cain Memorial Park and the Northcote Tennis Club. Currently, for instance, the Northcote Tennis Club has only one portaloo, which is shared with both males and females. In a council that prides itself on being progressive and supportive of women, how can we let this happen? One portaloo, let that sink in. Similarly, sporting clubs at Pitcher Park in Alphington have been requesting that the car park surface be sealed to ensure the safety of players, including their All Abilities team, as well as the safety of patrons, particularly during winter time when it's wet and muddy. They've witnessed multiple falls because of the uneven surface area, which Council has covered in stones. Furthermore, a petition was presented to Council in August 2021 to install safety gates at Hayes Park in Thornbury in order to prevent dogs and children from running onto the wide road next to the park. This petition was rejected by the CEO, claiming that Council could not provide a dog park at this area, when in fact the petition was for the installation of safety gates, not a dog park. In fact, members of the community have reported that it is horrifying to see dog owners chase after their pets and parents running after their children onto the road at the risk of being knocked over by cars. The requests that I've proposed to be introduced to the draft budget are not likely to cost Council very much, but are likely to make a huge difference to the community's safety, particularly at a time when we need to be supporting them. It is embarrassing and disappointing, in my opinion, to hear that State Parliament was recently informed that the Greens-dominated Darebin Council is destroying local sport.
Can you please retract? Can you please retract? Councillor Dimitriadis? Stop the clock. Can you please retract that statement? Because you very well know that that is not correct. So can you please retract that statement? And I want you to publicly apologise for that statement.
Sorry, I don't have anything to apologise. I said it was a statement that was stated in State Parliament.
Please retract that from this chamber.
Well, I'm happy to retract the statement, but
Thank you, Councillor Dimitriadis.
I didn't say.
Start the clock.
So we need to be at the forefront of community sport. So I hope that all councillors will favour this amendment that supports women in sport and ensures community safety. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any further speakers? Councillor Lawrence.
Thank you, Mayor Messina. This is a very large budget that is obviously got massive capital works involved and planning for future capital works involved as well. But it's important as the grassroots form of local government, of grassroots form of government, who are on the ground, many of us even live in Darebin, that we are day to day with the problems that people face. And it's not just the big projects, it's actually the small projects that really affect how people can resume life. And we're talking about resuming life. Today, just on Sunday, we met with the Preston Lions coaches, and you know, they're going back to training hundreds and hundreds of kids. And suddenly everyone's going back. And these small things are annoying. And they have actually been bouncing around for a couple of years. And they seem like orphans, and they haven't been looked into or fixed. They're not massive. Do they require legal expertise? Well, not if you mix with your community and go there. You know where the bugbears are. Councillor Demetriadis is coming and representing her ward very well and coming up with these smaller things that we should really have fixed a while ago. And of course, again, the aspect here is gender inclusion in terms of sport, access to sport and participation in sport. So I welcome these amendments, and I hope they are, you know, dealt with on their merits and not through a lens of political parties and not through a lens of higher agendas.
Thank you. Are there any further speakers? Before we put this item to the vote, I want to go back to the page, and I want to thank the presidents and the vice presidents of some of those clubs that have called me. Generally speaking, a draft budget is a budget of monetary value. So when you put something in a budget based on an amount, something else needs to come up. The construction of something that has not been scoped needs to have a budgetary value, a monetary value. We need to put something in to take something out. That's how a ledger works in a budget. I look forward to hearing from the Northcote City and all the facilities that take part in John Cain Memorial Park and Northcote Tennis Club and the Pitcher Park at Alphington and Hayes Park, so that a submission, so that our officers can scope that. And certainly, we can then address it. This is a draft budget. It is not the final gong. So this goes out to community consultation. I look forward to the monetary values of what that represents. So before I put that to the vote, I'd like to just make that statement, and I urge those participants to give me a call. All those in favour of this amendment, please put your hand up. That's Councillor Williams, Councillor Demetriadis, Councillor Greco and Councillor Lawrence. All those against? That's Councillor Hannan, Councillor McCarthy, Councillor Messina, Councillor Newton, Councillor Rennie. This amendment has been lost. We go back to the substantive motion.
Mayor Messina, can you just reflect on your tone and what you just said? You virtually scolded community clubs.
No, I didn't. I asked them to make submissions. A budget. Councillor Lawrence, please don't. Councillor Lawrence, don't misuse what I've just said. Can we please go back to the substantive motion? Do we have an amendment?
I'm giving you the opportunity to be.
No, Councillor Lawrence, I've spoken to some of those already. Can we go back to the draft budget, back to what was moved and what was seconded, please? Back to the initial officer's recommendation.
I just want to check a technicality, if I might, Mayor, with the indulgence of the council. Sereni, can I just confirm that this is the amended officer's recommendation?
Yeah, through you, Mayor Messina, this is a revised officer recommendation provided to councillors with some minor adjustment in the officer recommendation, particularly in respect to
I just want to make sure that we hadn't moved the original, but it's the revised.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay, we're fine. Sorry, councillors.
Thank you. Thank you.
I wanted to speak to the substantive.
Thank you.
Okay, so I will not be supporting the draft budget this year for a number of reasons. This budget is unfair. With the introduction of the waste charge and with service costs also increasing in this budget, the most vulnerable in our community will be suffering a lot more than in previous years. As we experience the cost of living increasing on a daily basis, with petrol prices on the rise, electricity bills and inflation increasing, and now even the mayor and deputy mayor's pay being significantly higher, it is heartless to ask members of the community to pay more in rates and services. In addition, the lack of necessary safety improvements in this budget to community sport that is required in the South East Ward is disappointing. Our community needs female-friendly facilities at John Cain Memorial Park and the Northcote Tennis Club. They need the car park surface to be sealed at Pitcher Park in Alphington, and they require safety gates to be installed at Hayes Park in Thornbury for children and dog safety. This budget is a poor outcome for our community's needs and does not adequately support our local sports at a time when we should be supporting them. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dimitriadis. Do we have any further speakers? Councillor Greco.
Mayor Messina, I also will
Councillor
not be
Greco has-
supporting this budget.
Just one moment. I think you've already spoken.
Councillor.
I spoke to an amendment, not.
Amendment.
Sorry.
Not this.
I also will not be supporting this budget, but I want to thank the officers for all the work that they've done in bringing this budget together. So it's no reflection on them. It's just a question of what this budget represents. I think that the budget is unfair, and it's unfair predominantly because of a number of reasons. One is the waste charge. It means that ratepayers will be paying much more than they were previously paying, and big ratepayers, like your Harvey Normans, will be making a bonanza from this budget because they will be paying substantially less in rates as a result of the introduction of the waste charge. That, under any measure of equity, is completely unfair. So I cannot support a budget that impacts, takes from poorer people or people with and gives to the rich. It just defies logic from a progressive council. The other thing about this budget, which is unfair, is that in the last 3 years, nearly $120 million in capital works has been spent south of Bell Street. Let that sink in, councillors. 120 million, and it's put us into debt, as is being spent south of Bell Street. I don't see in this budget the same level of capital works being programmed or projected for the northern end of the city. And mind you, the northern end of the city is the most disadvantaged end of the city. We've got two areas in our city which, under the CIFA disadvantage index, are amongst the lowest in all of Australia. And this budget does not provide to the poorer end of our city.
Thank you, Councillor
Instead, this
Greco.
budget has provided for
Thank you, Councillor
the richer
Greco.
end to our city, and I find that
Thank you,
disappointing
Councillor Greco.
and
That's
unfair.
time. Thank you. Are there any further speakers? Councillor Lawrence.
Yes, Madam Senator, thank you for the opportunity to speak. Yes, this budget, right at a time when we actually should be helping families, we should be helping migrants, where we should be helping pensioners, we should be helping kids, we should be helping people, we've decided to do a new right experiment in economics and dismantle the most progressive road base in the whole of Australia and transfer money from families and average families with the unfair garbage tax to the billionaires, to the gaming venues, to the Woolworths, to these people who were sheltered from the effects of the lockdown. And so this is the most unjust, economically unjust budget I've seen. And it's actually not needed because with the poor uptake of the Love Local card, we can actually fund a FOGO bin changeover, and we can preserve $1.5 million in this budget if we weren't implementing the separation of the garbage tax. But really, once you separate that garbage tax, that cash dividends going to the billionaires every year for 10 years. It creates another $15 million hole for this council when many people here will be gone. Some of us won't, because we've got family and we've got deep roots here, and our families will still be having to pay the rates for the stupidity, the meanness in this proposal. We should reject this budget and go back to what Darebin's good at, fairness. I don't mind that you have winners and losers in this chamber. I don't mind all the sledging, 5 years of it.
It's
Don't mind
time.
it.
Thank you, Councillor.
But don't do it to our community as well.
Councillor Lawrence, thank you very much. Do we have any further speakers? Councillor Williams.
Yeah, over the years that I've been on this council, I've felt that we haven't been doing enough for our most vulnerable. It impacts me knowing that we've had multiple briefings, particularly in the last year or so, where we've been told that at the bottom of Tyler Street is the most vulnerable, not in just Melbourne, not in Victoria, but all of Australia. I live at the top of Tyler Street, and it breaks my heart to know just at the bottom of my street is the most vulnerable in all of Australia. And I find that as years that I'm on this council, that gap is getting bigger. And I'm seeing more vulnerable people around my area, and I'm talking women who are facing family violence, single parents, whether it's a male parent that's having a full-time care of 3 children, living a house full of mould. And I'm not talking mould from the floor, I'm talking mould from ceiling right through to the floors, because housing is not available for him to go to another premises. It breaks my heart, and it breaks my heart to see not only it's happening in my face, but it breaks my heart that I'm here sitting on this council feeling I can't do anything. I feel my hands are tied. And what we try to propose here tonight is try to lessen that gap and try to improve it. But I find that we're not doing that. We're actually increasing, and the gap is getting bigger and bigger. I hate to see what's going to happen in the next following few years to come, because I don't know how you all feel, but I know I can't take any more of this. I feel that I feel like I'm talking to a brick wall.
Thank you, Councillor Williams. Are there any further speakers? Councillor Hannan.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm proud of this budget. I'm immensely proud of, firstly, the huge amount of work that's gone into putting it together with many revisions in a very tight year of COVID and reduced revenue. I'm proud of the tens of thousands of immunisations that we provided, especially to kids in that hall just over there. I'm very proud of the aged care services, of the roads, of the collection of waste, especially green waste. I'm very proud that this council has made the bold step of introducing the most support for equity measures possible, unique amongst all other councils in relation to the waste service charge that had to be, in my view, implemented due to the escalating state-level costs of waste. If we did not make that step, we've already had this decision made months ago, and I've said that again, I'll say it now. Despite what some have said about the waste charge actually creating a deficit, the waste charge will fill a deficit. It will prevent a $26 million deficit. And that means, if we were to accept that, there'd be less immunisations of kids. There'd be less aged services possible. There'd be less road services possible.
It's a misrepresentation.
Almost made it 20 seconds.
It's subjective, and it's actually stated in the briefings. Can you please continue?
No, sorry, that's a misrepresentation. It does not mean that our services would be less.
If we have 26
particularly aged care and the rest of it.
I can rephrase. Councillor Dimitriadis is quite right. It does not directly mean any of those things will be affected.
It's a deficit.
It means that we as a council would be having to face each year, well, what are we going to cut? Is it this service? Is it that service? essential services or capital works projects, $26 million of 10 years would have to be cut if not for this budget. I'm very proud of the work that's been done. I'm proud to support it tonight.
Thank you. Are there any further speakers? I understand there's Councillor Newton and Councillor Rennie has reserved her right, so that's the only one. Yep.
I'll be brief. I'm very proud of this budget as well. We're talking about a COVID environment over the last 2 years that continues, and our team has found a way for us to be as sustainable as we possibly can. The waste charge allows us to cover the actual cost of waste, so that doesn't mean that the waste costs eat into the rest of the budget. It'll also mean that across the city, everyone's going to have a green waste bin, which will make a huge difference to our emissions. And I think when we talk about the limitations of the budget, I think we really miss out on a lot of the really incredible things that happen at this council. 20,000 immunisations, 130,000 hours of aged care services, programs and assistance, improvements to accessibility for people living with disability, the list goes on. And I think the work that Srini and Darebin and the team have done to get us to this point where we have debt, but it's okay. You know, we're building Northcote Aquatic and Recreation Centre, which is a job creator for this city. We've got a social and sustainable procurement policy that means that local businesses are supported when council uses its budget well, which is what this is. I'm really, really looking forward to hearing from the community. This is not the be-all and end-all. This is putting it out for consultation. I really commend this budget to you.
Thank you. Councillor Rennie, you have it.
Can I just confirm Councillor McCarthy's spoken?
I think Councillor Rennie spoke as the mover. I'm the seconder and I reserve my right.
Oh, apologies. I thought it was the other way around. There's been so many. Sorry, so it's Councillor McCarthy's the one that's reserved his right and he continues.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll keep it really brief and thank you, Mayor, for allowing all councillors to speak on this one. It is an important item. It's not the final budget. This is the budget that's going out for draft. So the draft budget's going out for consultation. And I want to just make that clear that the part of the process we're in right now, councillors, as I'm sure we're all aware, but just to make it clear to our community, is that we are taking the budget out to the community consultation process, which we are obliged to and which we welcome, which is the input and response from community in relation to what has been put forward. Councillor Newton has already mentioned some of the incredible figures in there. I'd like to highlight one which jumped out at me, which is the direct employment of over 1,000 creative professionals, enabling a diverse range of performances, exhibitions, shows, festivals and events, reaching 300,000 plus audiences in venues in the public realm and online. When we talk about, and I know, Mayor, you've spoken about this yourself, how we rejuvenate and revitalise the city, it can't just be through expecting others to do it. We have to get in there, we have to muck in, we have to work in partnership with our community organisations, with our neighbourhood houses, with our creatives, with our businesses, and with those people that are actually trying to restart their life or their household after an incredibly difficult couple of years. So we need to bring a level of persistence and optimism to the work that we do. We need to persist with those things that are hard, and there are challenging areas of council services. It is fair to say that there are areas where we are facing significant structural change. The waste area is one such example. Council needs to maintain a strong game when it comes to things like immunisations, when it comes to our massive amount of aged care hours that we deliver every year. But we also need to be looking at those innovative approaches that bring our community together. So in the 9 seconds I've got left, I want to say an enormous thank you to the council officers who've done all the hard work in putting this together, bringing this to us today, and I commend the draft budget to the community for their response.
Thank you, Councillor McCarthy. All those in favour of the revised officer's recommendation that was moved by Councillor McCarthy, seconded by Councillor Rennie. All those in favour? Councillor Hannan, Councillor McCarthy, Councillor Messina, Councillor Newton, Councillor Rennie. All those against? Councillor Dimitriadis, Councillor Lawrence, Councillor Greco. Councillor Williams, you're abstaining?
Yes.
Thank you. Councillors, the next item we have on the agenda is item 8.3, Your Street, Your Say, consultation findings and draft proposals to go to community consultation round 2. Just one moment.
give you the order. Well, I don't know if you would.
Just one moment, councillors. Just going through the agenda to see what needs to be addressed tonight with the limited time that we have.
Councillors, I wonder if we could identify any items where there is no opposition because they might be able to be voted on fairly quickly.
Sorry, I can't hear a word.
So, councillors, I'm just really mindful of the time, and there are a couple of items that, from the organisation's perspective, we need resolution on in order to progress, and then there are other matters that could wait until April, quite honestly. Not ideally, in an ideal world you'd get through the agenda. My suggestion, but it's up to council, you might wish to consider changing the order of business. My recommendation would be that 8.1, which we've just heard, be we now move to item 11.1, which is a confidential contract matter, and then move to item 8.8 in that order. The other items could be deferred if we run out of time. So the other items would be your street, your say, with my apologies to the staff that have come 2 nights in a row. Love local advocacy. The civil works panel can wait. The property matter could be referred, but the governance report, I think there is an element of that council will want to resolve tonight. I would make an assumption that the Councillor Williams's notice of motion, council would be wanting to resolve that tonight, and the confidential item from the organisation perspective, we need that resolved.
So we need a procedural motion to go into...
Can I ask a question?
Oh, sorry, I didn't see your hand.
What about having a special meeting for next Monday?
So, yes, council could, if council wanted to, rather than defer the items, my advice is a lot of these items can wait until April. And so you don't need to have a special council meeting, but of course that would be council's call. You could have a special council meeting to complete the agenda if you didn't want to wait till April.
And we don't have to decide that now, we can decide that later. Yeah.
5 to 10.
I just need some clarity of which ones we're deferring.
We're going...
Numbers.
Sure.
Yeah.
I've written them down, Councillor Greco. We're looking at item number 11.1 first.
11.1.
11.1.
Which is the confidential item.
Considered confidential. 8.8 governance report for March 2022. And then item number 9.1 if we get to it.
Can I just get clarity? Is 8.5 about...
I'm not catching that.
It's 8.5 and urgent.
It's an advocacy strategy?
If I could just... So, Councillor Greco, what I'm suggesting is the confidential item, then the governance report, which is item 8.8. So the order I'm suggesting is 11.1, the confidential item 8.8, the governance report, because it references the CEO Employment Matters Committee, and my assumption is that council will want to discuss that this evening. And then the notice of motion. My advice to council is all of the other items are important, but able to be held over until April. So there will be no consequences for the operations of the organisation.
Can I get some clarity? There's a report on advocacy.
Advocacy, yep.
There could be an election in May.
Yep.
So you're really leaving your run late if you put it off to April. It's yours, council.
Let's see how much time we have. Can I have a procedural motion to...
Mayor, I'd like to move a procedural motion that we move now to item 11.1, followed by item 8.8, 9.1, and then proceed with the agenda as far as we are able.
Do we have a seconder? We'll put that motion to the vote. All those in favour? It's supported by Councillor Lawrence, Councillor Hannan, Councillor Williams, Councillor McCarthy, Councillor Rennie, Councillor Newton, Councillor Messina. All those against? Those abstaining? Councillor Greco and Councillor Dimitriadis abstaining. Can I have a motion to go into camera?
Move a motion that we move into confidential business.
Yes, do we have a second? All those in favour? That's been supported. Thank you. Can we stop the live streaming? Please kindly advise when the live streaming has ceased.
Can I ask?
Councillors, the next item we have considered is 8.8 Governance Report, March 2022. Do we have a motion? Councillor Rennie.
Thank you, Mayor Messina. I'd like to move the officer recommendation, noting that in point 5, instead of reading appoints one councillor representative, it would read appoints Tom Hannon to the CEO Employment Matters Committee to December 2022, or until such time as Council makes further resolution on the matter.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder? Seconded by Councillor McCarthy. Councillor Rennie, would you like to speak to you?
Thank you. Very briefly, this is the report that comes to us each month, but of course each month there is a few different items of interest, notably the important one today, and it's particularly important in the context of work that this council is going to have to do, recruiting a new CEO. We had a resignation from the CEO Employment Matters Committee. I canvassed with all councillors whether there was any one councillor who'd be interested in filling that vacancy. Councillor Hannon was the councillor who responded to me, and accordingly I've put his name in at point 5. The other thing I think is worthy of highlighting to the community on this occasion in the governance report, and in keeping with our practice, I think, of being very transparent, is to note the increases to the mayor's and the councillors' allowances and the introduction of a deputy mayor's allowance. This is not a decision just that's happened at a Darebin level. This is actually the result of a statewide review of the remuneration for mayors, deputy mayors and councillors. I certainly welcome that work. I think it's a recognition of the hours of work that councillors put into the role, and it was quite a comprehensive piece of work, and I actually, for anyone in the community who's interested in the issue, commend that review to people to look at and understand the work involved in being a councillor. Thanks.
Thank you. Do we have any further speakers?
As the seconder, I'll reserve my right.
Do we have any further speakers? Councillor Greco.
I have an amendment I'd like to put, and the amendment is in relation to the CEO Employment Matters Committee, and the amendment that I'd like to put is that we include on the committee Councillor Dimitriadis, Councillor McCarthy, Councillor Hannon, myself, Councillor Rennie, Councillor Lawrence, and Councillor Newton, and that, and also obviously Mayor Messina. My amendment is that.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder for the amendment? Councillor Dimitriadis, is that acceptable to the mover and the seconder?
Mayor Messina, I wonder if I might seek some governance advice. Was that, because I didn't catch all the names, was that all 9 councillors that were mentioned?
Can I just...
yeah, I
think
thought,
it's
yeah.
8. Was it 8?
Yeah.
8.
Okay,
Sorry,
thank you.
That has points.
No, that's not acceptable, thank you.
Is the motion accepted?
It's fine from a governance perspective. It's not acceptable to the mover. So now needs
Oh,
to
yeah,
be
sure.
debated, but yeah.
So Councillor
it's
Greco?
fine.
I'm allowed to debate it.
Absolutely, that's the next step. I wanted some clarification.
I've got 3 minutes. Yeah. Well,
Mayor Messina, sorry, and with respect, Councillor Greco, I'd hate for you to be interrupted halfway through. It's 9:28. Can I move a motion to continue the meeting for half an hour?
Yep. Seconded by
It was just so that you didn't get interrupted halfway through.
All those in favour? That's been carried unanimously. Councillor Greco, would you like to speak to
councillors, look, I'm putting forward this motion that 8 of us be on this committee. Why I have not included Councillor Julie Williams, because she's already indicated by resigning from the committee. I also give an opportunity for those ones that do not want to be on the committee. You could always move an amendment to remove yourself from the committee. So that option is open to you. Councillors, it's important that all councillors have the opportunity to be on the CEO Employment Matters Committee. Why is that, councillors? It's important that we're all on it because this is a decisive decision of this council. And we all need to be on that committee so that we all own the process. I don't buy the argument that some councillors sit on the outer and then get pulled in according to the dictates of the 3 or 4 people that will be on the CEO Employment Matters Committee. If we are all to own the process, and if we are all to try and work together on such an important matter, we all need to be on the committee. And councillors, I challenge you, councillors, the ones that are advocating that the committee be controlled only by 4 councillors, and I must point out that those 4 councillors predominantly are from one political party. I don't think that is appropriate. And on that committee, you have 2 Green members and 2 independent members. And a lot of the other members of the council have been left out of that committee. Also, what I found over my the last 12 months, I've been on that committee when I was basically pushed off by Councillor Reddy through a resolution that came here through council, is that we have found that the way that the committee has worked, that it works better with having more voices in that committee, because we've been able to, when that committee was restricted to 3 people or 4 people, there were certain things that came out of that committee that needed to be corrected and needed to be updated. And so therefore, having more councillors on that committee not only enables us to own this important process, but has also enabled us to have that diversity of views and where they can be expressed. I, as a councillor, do not want to be excluded from that committee. I am an elected councillor like the rest of us, and I find it absurd that I, as an elected councillor, cannot be on that committee when instead an unelected person from our community is on that committee and has greater voice than me as a councillor. I am urging councillors, if we want unity in this council, if we want unity on this council, it's on you, councillors, to vote that we are all on the committee. If you want this unity on this council, well, I'll leave it up to you, councillors.
Thank you, Councillor Greco. Councillor Dimitriadis?
I'll reserve my right, Mayor.
Thank you. Are there any further speakers? Councillor Newton.
Thank you, Mayor Messina. I'll be brief. Last night I said to Councillor Greco and councillors that I didn't want to be on the Employment Matters Committee, yet I see my name here in this amendment.
Point of order, Mayor. So that's a misrepresentation. 10.1H. Councillor Greco said that you can remove your name off the.
Okay, just one moment. Yeah.
Amendment.
He did indicate. I understand your point. Councillor Greco did say Councillor Newton's name. Councillor Newton had circulated that she did not. She advised that she didn't want to be on that. She can ask herself to be put off that. So, based on Councillor Greco's words. So, do you want to continue? There's a little bit of ambiguity into that, but I will allow Councillor Newton extra time to finish her statement.
Yes, I'd also like to point out that there's no point about misrepresentation as a point of order. So, as I was saying, Emily, would you mind not screwing your face at me? Thanks.
Sorry, you mentioned that point of order, there's no misrepresentation. It's 10.1H.
Misleading.
Misleading, misrepresentation.
Well, other councillors bring it up all the time. Continue.
So as I was saying, last night I said to Councillor Greco and other councillors that I don't want to be on the Employment Matters Committee, and yet I see my name here. So I'm not sure why that wasn't heard by Councillor Greco. I've been in the meetings where there were 9 councillors plus the chair, making a group of 10 people. And the task that we have ahead of us is to appoint an acting CEO and to recruit a new CEO following the current CEO's resignation. We need the Employment Matters Committee to be a working group who can effectively do that work. When there's 10 people on that sort of working group, I didn't find it effective. We wasted a lot of time, and what we need through this process to be able to have an effective working group and then refer back to all 9 councillors to make our choice.
Point of order, Mayor. I find that offensive. So what you're saying is that I'm...
But I don't... you need to state...
Sorry, I don't have it on me, but it's 10.1, whatever the...
I allow that for this on this occasion.
Which part?
offensive that you said that it wasn't a working group and that having all 9 councillors would mean that it won't be a working group. So I find that offensive. So you're saying that I'm not qualified enough
I don't find that offensive, but I understand your point. I don't think it's offensive. So
it's offensive to me. It means I can't...
It's a subjective, councillor, and I'm the person that it's about a subjection and interpretation. I don't find that offensive, so please continue.
Thank you. So this is a committee that needs to do a lot of work over the next few months. To do that, I think it makes sense to have a smaller committee who can do that work, which is then taken back to the larger...
Point of order, Mayor. What Councillor Newton is saying that
what item,
committee
please?
can do the work, but other councillors that aren't on there can't do the work.
Councillor, you need to identify...
10.1, whatever it is, letter, it's offensive. She's saying that I can't do the work on there,
I know
and that
that.
a lot of work is required on that committee that I won't be able to do.
I don't think she said you can't do the work.
That's what she's implying, that only a small group of councillors, that doesn't include me.
She's replying. No, she's applying, and we asked this last night. Perhaps you weren't in the room at the time. She did ask all councillors about the amount of time. So I'm going to allow that. And some councillors identified that they weren't able to be and provide all that time for the Employment Matters Committee and the recruitment of the CEO. You weren't in that room.
I recall that, and I was at the meeting, so that was a misleading statement.
That's not misleading. It was said
I was in the room. It's a misleading statement.
No, that's not
misleading.
misleading.
It was a projection you made on others, and you weren't listening to people then.
Can we just continue? I was in the room. Councillor Lawrence, I was in the room. I heard it. Continue.
A private meeting.
Continue. No, it wasn't privately. You were in the room. Continue, Councillor Newton.
I was in the room. You made that statement.
Councillor, I didn't actually make that room. It was actually the councillor that's speaking now. Continue, Councillor Newton.
Thank you, Mayor Messina. To use myself as an example, I'm going on leave for the next couple of weeks. So for me, the commitment would be too large to go on the Employment Matters Committee, which is why I oppose this amendment that Councillor Greco has chosen to put me on this committee.
Thank you. Are there any
Mayor, I
further
propose
speakers?
an amendment.
You have to
Oh, okay, sure.
You're foreshadowing an amendment. Thank you. Councillor Lawrence.
Yes, I'll just speak briefly to the amendment, in support of the amendment. And now, Councillor Greco's bringing here what should have started on the 16th of December 2021, which is to heal this council and give up this winner-takes-all mentality.
Please, Councillor, I ask you to retract that statement and continue your debate, please. Consider your last statement and then continue your debate.
Which part of it? Giving up?
You know which part. Continue.
Winner takes all?
Continue your statement.
I will always condemn winner takes all. My grave.
Can you please continue and be respectful of this chamber in terms of the words that you're using? Continue, Councillor Lawrence.
So,
continue, Councillor Lawrence.
Sure what I've said.
Yes, you do. Continue. You're a very intelligent, wise man, Councillor Lawrence. Please.
Well, I'll be quite clear.
Please do not be offensive.
Grab on the 15th of the 12th.
Councillor.
Triggered a governance crisis at this council we're still dealing with. Councillor Greco is putting forward a solution that should have been put forward on the 15th. I'll correct my statement. It should have been done on the 15th with common sense. Many voices on a council help decisions. They help knock off rough edges off decisions, such as proposals coming out of a cosy committee, a small committee, where critical eye hasn't been put there, where we then have to waste hours in here, hours. In fact, I think it was delayed to a second night because of faults, because there wasn't enough eyes on that job. It's a big job. I think I've done it 2 or 3 times. It's not an easy job. But democracy is the best way to go. And it's actually just symbolic to control the committee, to send a signal to the new CEO who's in charge. It's gross political power posturing. Because in the end, the recommendation comes into this committee. And maybe you can knock off the rough edges, and maybe it can be dealt with in 20 minutes and 40 minutes when it comes into this committee, if you have all voices. And then if you think you can lock out all voices just because you lock them out of a meeting, you underestimate the intelligence of this council and our community that we're in.
That's time, Councillor Lawrence. Thank you. Are there any further speakers? Councillor Williams.
I'll go back in time. So, if you look back in 16th of December 2019, you can all have a look on YouTube, where Councillor Newton was the mover and demanded that I stay and be on the CEO committee. And Councillor Trent McCarthy was the seconder.
That's a wrong date.
I asked for my name to be removed and it was voted down. I tried to replace it with Councillor Greco and it was voted down. I tried to replace it with Councillor Lawrence and it was voted down. I've decided I do not want to be on this committee anymore and that's why I have resigned. I feel like I don't have a voice on my own there to a degree, and I feel that I've been pressured again, and that's why I've asked for others to be more inclusive, especially coming up to now looking at a new CEO. It's important that we're all on the same page, and the more people that's on that committee, the more I feel that it can be, you can grow together and that you can obviously learn from each other, that you can ensure that the new CEO is going to have the connection and support from all councillors. As I said, I did not feel comfortable anymore in being on this committee and that's why I've resigned, but I encourage others to be on it, and I suggest that the more people that are on it, it empowers each other, particularly when they wants to see issues, concerns, faults. I think the more people that are looking at certain things, whether it's a contract or concerns, and sometimes some people see things in a very different way, and you see other things in other ways.
Thank you.
I think that looking outside the box
Thank you, Councillor
might
Williams.
raise some issues.
Thank you, Councillor Williams. Are there any further speakers? Right of reply. The reserve the right.
So with Sue's recent announcement that she's resigning as CEO of Darebin Council, it's important that we recruit a CEO that works for all councillors and all Darebin residents, because the CEO is the only staff member appointed by councillors. As we know, recruitment of the CEO is led by the CEO Employment Matters Committee, with final decisions only being brought to council. Unfortunately, at the council meeting on the 15th of December 2021, Councillor Rennie forcibly removed myself, Councillor Lawrence, Councillor Greco from the committee, along with Councillor Hannan and Councillor Newton. Councillor Williams has subsequently quit the committee after her treatment on the committee by the ruling bloc. Currently, Councillor Trent
Point of order. You need to, sorry, I'm in that committee. Can you please retract that statement, because that is offensive, and you know which statement. Please remove that and please rephrase what you've just stated.
What's wrong with it? It's a reality.
No, it's not. Councillor Greco, you're not in the...
Ruling block all night. Come on.
What's wrong with it?
Can you please stop? Can you please stop interjecting, because I'll use the right.
Come on.
Thank you. Continue, Councillor Dimitrios, but please retract that statement.
Well, that's just what I've heard. So my opinion is that, from what I've heard, that's why I've said it. Because
retract that statement, Councillor.
It's what I've heard. Sorry.
From whom? Retract that statement.
From Councillor Williams herself, and it's been in email. Sorry, I don't understand. Anyway, fine. I'll retract it for the sake of retracting. So currently, Councillor McCarthy, Councillor Rennie, and Councillor Messina, yourself, the Mayor, are the only members of the CEO Employment Matters Committee, along with the independent chair, who continues to have voting rights despite being unelected, with tonight's meeting proposing only one additional councillor, Councillor Hannan, from the officer's recommendation. This will result in 4 of the 9 councillors being involved in the recruitment process of the CEO. Recruiting a CEO is an incredibly important job for councillors, as we need a CEO that all councillors feel confident in. Recently, we have seen that Darebin Council has had a number of difficulties and disagreements between councillors on key policy issues. by undertaking a deliberative process of exclusion and stacking of the CEO Employment Matters Committee to exclude numbers of councillors such as myself, the ruling councillors may be giving up the best opportunity Darebin has of bringing all councillors together and recruiting a CEO for everyone. I call on you all to support this amendment. To bring all councillors back onto the CEO Employment Matters Committee, to restore democracy to the process and enable Darebin councillors to work together moving forward.
Thank you, Councillor Dimitriadis. Are there any further speakers? The right of reply? Amendment. I'd like to make a statement before I put that to the vote. I've heard numerous amount of statements. I'm not going to point out which ones. But I have worked hours and hours with a HR consultant to establish a framework for inclusiveness of all Councillor Greco.
Point of order, Mayor. Inclusiveness does not mean that it means that you're actually choosing when we actually become part of the process.
Can I finish my statement? Inclusiveness of the recruitment.
But that's your choosing when we can become part of it.
Councillor Dimitriadis hasn't named a point of order and is interjecting.
Misrepresentation. No, it is, because it's not fully inclusive.
Please take your seat. I've circulated it.
I've read it.
You don't have to agree with it, but I've circulated it. Let me finish
again,
my
the ruling blocks.
I allowed you to finish your statement, and you had a lot of information in there that was incorrect, and I did not interject. Now, allow me the respect to finish my statement as well. Thank you. I have formulated many hours a process that has been shared. You might not agree with it, that's your interpretation, but I have spent many hours that goes through a framework of inclusiveness. For starters, the last 5 years, there was only 1 year where all 9 councillors were in the CEO Employment Matters Committee. I was not involved in the recruitment of Sue Wilkinson. I've only been involved in the CEO Employment Matters Committee three times of the last 5 years. Not all councillors are always involved in the CEO Employment Matters Committee. I've seen them advertised on Seek. I urge you to go on Seek and look at Bayside City Council that only have got 4 councillors on it.
Moreland got have everyone.
We're not Moreland. Stop comparing us to
We're
Moreland.
also not Bayside.
I've made my statement. I've had my 40 seconds. Don't interject. I didn't interject during your statement. So now I've said what I've had to say. It'll be made public when that happens. So I'm going to put that to the vote. All those in favour?
Not good enough. Not good enough.
Either is your rudeness. All those in favour?
What are we voting on, the amendment? All the yelling, I don't
Favour
know
of the amendment?
For 8, yep.
This is Gaetano's amendment.
All those in favour of this amendment on the screen, that's Councillor Williams, Councillor Dimitriadis, Councillor Greco and Councillor Lawrence. All those against, that's Councillor Hannan, Councillor McCarthy, Councillor Messina, Councillor Newton, Councillor Rennie. That amendment's been lost.
Mayor, I'd like to move a procedural motion that we move directly to the vote on this item. Thank you.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder? All those in favour? That was passed by Councillor Hannan, Councillor McCarthy, Councillor Rennie, Councillor Newton, Councillor Messina. All those against? Councillor Lawrence, Councillor Dimitriadis, Councillor Williams, and Councillor Greco is leaving the chamber. Great.
Not good enough, this is a biased process.
No, it's not.
You're going down to a 4-person dictatorship. Good luck with that.
I'm happy to discuss other issues. Thank you. We will go back to the officer's recommendation. We have quorum, so all those for the officer's recommendation. That's Councillor Hannan, Councillor McCarthy, Councillor Rennie, Councillor Newton, Councillor Messina. That item has been carried based on quorum. Thank you. Councillors, I'm going to ask for a motion to... we're going to go over to item number 8.5. Do I have a mover?
Sorry, Mayor, we changed the order of business, so the next item is the notice of motion.
Well, that is Councillor Williams's notice of motion, and she's not here.
Councillor Williams is, if the governance rules allows that if the councillor who lodged the notice of motion is not present, it can be moved by another councillor.
Okay,
Just very
councillors.
quickly checking, if I might. Sorry. Yeah,
Can be
clause
moved.
6.42, if the author of the notice of motion is not present, any councillor present except for the chairperson may move the notice of motion.
We have a yep.
CEO, I'm happy to consider moving. Can I just get some very rapid advice whether this is achievable for the organisation? It looks to me to be okay, but is this within our resources?
Yeah, through you, Mayor, we checked that and provided advice on that in when the nom was submitted. So yeah.
Thank you. I'm happy to move Councillor
I have a
Williams'
seconder.
notice of motion.
Yep. Second by Councillor Newton. Would you like to speak to it, Councillor?
Look, I commend Councillor Williams for putting this notice of motion forward. Defibrillators are indeed an important part of the health picture. I know that she's very passionate about it, and I commend the motion to all councillors.
Thank you. Councillor Newton?
Nothing further.
And let's put that item, are there any further speakers? Let's put that item to the vote. All those in favour? That has been carried unanimously. Thank you. Councillors, the next item on the agenda that we have is item number 8.5, Advocacy Report, Darebin Advocacy Strategy 2022 to 2026. I did circulate an amendment earlier, so I'm hoping that that's considered by this council.
I need to make a statement, Mayor.
Sure.
You're going to lose quorum.
We're going to lose quorum. So can we perhaps
Mayor,
provide it?
I think...
Mayor, can I move a motion that this item be deferred to the next meeting in April and that we proceed with other items on the agenda?
Zach, I'd just like to get some clarification. Is that going to be an issue of us moving forward? Can we just debate part of it, which is the one where Councillor Hannan does not have an issue with?
Mayor, I've moved a procedural motion that we defer this for the next meeting.
I know, but I want some governance advice.
I think you have to deal with my procedural motion, I'm sorry.
Okay. Okay. Do we have a seconder? No, that item's been lost. Can I just have...
So, councillors, in an ideal world, you would have an advocacy strategy in time for a federal election. But you have a truly excellent council plan that is very clear in its expectations. We can potentially split the officer's recommendation to deal with the conflict, but in all honesty, I really want to have a think about that for 1 minute because I think it's complicated in the context of potentially losing quorum.
Mayor, could I move a procedural motion that we put this item, 8.5, to the back of the agenda and deal with it as the last item?
Get a second that.
Okay, all those in favour? It's been carried. Thank you. Councillors, the next item we have for consideration, 8.3.
I've got a statement. Thank you, Mayor Messina. Councillors, I wish to have it noted in the minutes of this meeting that while I own property in the vicinity of the intersection of Newman Street and Comus Grove, which is mentioned in item 8.3, I do so in common with a large number of other residents, ratepayers and electors who may use the road infrastructure, and I form the view my interest does not exceed that of interests held by other property owners, residents and electors. Additionally, any conflict of interest arising is so remote or insignificant that it could not reasonably be regarded as capable of influencing my decisions in relation to this matter, particularly noting that as councillors resident in Darebin and considering road infrastructure improvements regularly, we are all incidentally affected by such infrastructure improvements. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you. Do I have a mover for item number, a motion for 8.3? You're moving the officer's recommendation?
I am moving the officer's recommendation.
Do I have a seconder? Second by Councillor Newton, moved by Councillor Rennie. Councillor Rennie?
I'll keep it very brief. I'd like to really thank the staff for their extraordinary work and the consultation process that's taken place to identify in these parts of Darebin improvements to the way traffic moves and streets to increase livability and improve safety. This is the first year of an exciting new 3-year way of dealing with these issues, and I commend it to you all.
Thank you. Councillor Newton.
Thank you, Mayor Messina. Preston West and Reservoir West are part of my ward, so West Ward, and I'm really impressed by the way that this report captured so many of the issues that I hear from residents. So issues like Spring Street, where there's no crossing for I think about 800 metres, which we'll advocate to the state government for. Issues around Kramer Street. It's a wonderful piece of work, and I think the holistic view makes a lot of sense here. So I'm really looking forward to this. The only thing that I would like is just more than 8 in there, but we'll see how that goes.
Thank you. Do we have any further speakers? Let's put that item to the vote. All those in favour? That's been carried by Councillor Hannan, Councillor McCarthy, Councillor Rennie, Councillor Newton, Councillor Messina. That item's been carried. The next item we have to consideration.
Mayor Messina, I trust the minutes will reflect that these decisions are unanimous too.
Yep, okay. Noted unanimous based on who's in the chamber. The next item we have to consider is item 8.4, interim report on the Love Local program. Councillors, do I have a motion?
I'd like to move the officer's recommendation.
Moved by Councillor Rennie, seconded by Councillor Newton. Would you like to speak to the item?
I'm sure it's been terrific to get an interim report, and I think it's really pleasing to see that despite the many complexities of this ambitious project, that the take-up has been really strong in more vulnerable or disadvantaged parts of Darebin, and that particularly for those people who have cars, the spending in Reservoir has been really high. I really recognise the complexity, and I extend my extraordinary thanks to the many staff who are involved in this. They've gone over and above. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Newton.
Thank you, Mayor Messina. I really love seeing the Love Local stickers all around Darebin and the way that this is supporting our local businesses and our residents and our job seekers. So very pleased by the interim report and looking forward to how the rest of the program goes.
Thank you. I'll put that item. Are there any further speakers? I'll put that item to the vote. All those in favour? That's been supported unanimously. The next report we have to consider is item number 8.6, the Contract Award CT 202132 Provision of Civil Works Panel. Councillors, do I have a motion?
Mayor, I'm happy to move the officer's recommendation if it can appear on screen with the relevant names. Otherwise, I can read them out.
The relevant names, yep.
Yep, that's all confirmed. Yep. Terrific, thank you.
Yep, that's moved by Councillor McCarthy, second by Councillor Rennie. Would you like to speak to the motion?
In the interest of time, Mayor, I'll keep it brief. As councillors would be aware, this is obviously to set up our panel. The panel process is an important process because it gives council a number of options in relation to a range of different services that council requires, and it means that given the competition that we have, as the report outlines, in the civil construction infrastructure space, that we have access to the skills and services that we need. In particular, we are referring here to the construction and upgrading of road, bridge and draining assets. This is something which council needs sometimes on a planned basis and sometimes on an urgent basis. So on that basis, Mayor, I'm happy to support the recommendation and the work that the officers have done to get us to this point. Thank you.
Thank you.
Nothing to add.
Are there any further speakers? Put that item to the vote. All those in favour? That item's been carried unanimously. The last item to consider on the report on the agenda is item number 8.77, property matters. Councillors, do I have a motion? Councillor Rennie?
I'd like to move the officer's recommendation.
Do I have a seconder? Second by Councillor McCarthy. Would you like to speak to the motion?
These are statutory matters that come before council periodically in relation to laneway sales. There is a process that we've become familiar with, and for community members who are interested, I urge them to read the report, noting that it does involve consultation and the opportunity for people to have a say.
Thank you.
Councillor Rennie has covered it brilliantly. Thanks.
Thank you. Are there any further speakers? I'll put that item to the vote. All those in favour? That's been carried unanimously. Councillors, I just want to point out that item number 8.5...
Now, I'd like to withdraw that item, please, and we'll report it in April. I can't find a way around dealing with the conflict and maintaining quorum, so on that basis, I'll withdraw the item.
Thank you. Item number 12, councillors, as there's no further businesses to consider this evening, I'd like to declare that this meeting is closed at 9:59 p.m. I'd like to thank officers and staff who